Hello, everyone. Welcome. You could be watching this from anywhere in the world or the country. Nice to see everybody. And also, we have some interesting things to talk about tonight about Christmas and do some gaming and things like that. I'll be switching over to the other window. Alright. I'm out of focus for some reason. Okay, then it's working now. Alright, hello everybody. And I'm going to put the chat in the window so people could see it. Alright, so we'll talk about Christmas and the origins of it, and obviously because of Christ, and some different things about it. And also, I'm going to start with the game as I usually do and talk while I do this. And we'll look at chat. Let's see. Hello, Mary. The cats have already boarded the spaceship. That's great. And hello, next. Alien Mary, cats, and chat crewmates. Yes, hello. It's nice to see everybody. And I hope all of you have had a good week. And also are having a good Christmas season. Merry Christmas to everybody. Happy New Year. And next, I hope your injuries are doing better that you had before. And now I'm going to turn the game on. Oh, did something a little bit wrong here. Alright, so we'll log into the game. The game is starting up. And next says Christmas lights in background. Also, congrats on the cool merch online now. Thank you, next. Glad that you like that. And I'm going to turn the sound off. I don't think there will be copyright issues or anything because it didn't happen before, but for now I'll have it on mute. And also while I talk, because nothing happened when I played this by mistake. And another time I'll probably play it with the music lower, and we'll see what happens. It's okay if there's a claim or whatever. Yeah. And also I'm using it as, I'm not intending to use anybody's stuff. It's just kind of like a accident that happens. And I think I'm going to put this screen out here. I'm going to put this one right here. Alright, this is how I like it set up. And I'm just moving my screens around like I do in every stream. Yes, I understand, Mary. Yes. Thank you. And now I'm going to play. Go into the game, and I'm going to switch windows so people could see that I'm playing a game. There we go. Thank you, next. For a little while I have been, because there is a merch request a little while back, and then I'm like, alright, something I thought of throughout time and others have too. I'm glad I finally got it out there. And also we have this dude that's like chopping stuff. Hand dry cuts. That's just some, that's not a player, that's just the game generated a person. There. Well, Jolly Rogers. Yeah, so I had a good week. I was talking to friends and watching the different things online. You know, as you all know, I was working on some videos that came out recently because it's what I do. So if I don't, because sometimes I don't post for a little while and then I'll go back and I'll post it more like all at once. I'll put a bunch of videos out like in a night. I'll go out and record a couple of videos and then I'll have it the way it is so y'all can have the content y'all like, because and people subscribe for various reasons. And I'm getting new people to the channel also from other streams, and they're coming over because other people I talk to in the other chats and stuff, they like my the stuff I'll talk about. I'll talk about the different things that I do with the little critters and stuff outside, and they like that and they check out the channel. And recently the chat was going really fast in some other channel and they weren't able to get the message, and so I have to go and get them next time. So, and I'm also with the Christmas discussion, I'll talk about the the Magi and things like that. As I like the Magi, it's an interesting story. I'll talk about it right now because I know it from what I was taught about it by other YouTubers. Like I memorize stuff because I'm very interested in religion, as you all know, and I'll also later show you all references with the Google like photos and things like that. So there was this. The Magi are people from Persia. There are Zoroastrians from the ancient religion. It predates, I think, Judaism also, and they talk about a lot of the same stuff like Christianity and Judaism taught. Also, Muslims have some of the stuff from us too, and it's like originated from a long time ago. And so the Magi were from that group, the Zoroastrians from Persia, and they visited Jesus. And an interesting thing about them is that Daniel was over there. He influenced those people. So that's he went in that part of the world, and they were influenced by that because they have the same thing that we had, the Zoroastrians. And the Magi went and visited Jesus, and I remember learning that technically he may have been visited when he was a little bit older by them. But of course we'll go and dive into that more later. But basically, there's nothing wrong with the main narrative about like what they teach us at Christmas, how he was visited in the manger, and that's where Christmas starts. And they have these other traditions as time went on from Europe. And in the expanded part of the spaceship earlier, in the other channel I was talking on, like in the chat, we're talking about things with Christmas movies and things, and I think that was a nice topic. And I'll ask you all. I know there's Next and Mary. Do y'all have a favorite movie, a favorite Christmas movie? It's hard to choose, but I would like to know what y'all's is. So yeah, that was pretty cool. So yeah, other channels that I like chat, like some of you have met me through chats. That's the expanded spaceship, and bringing them into the main part. It's the expanded crew, as she said. Yeah, they're trying to throw electric rockets at me. That would be an interesting concept to have, but this is all fantasy. I'm sure they would have done something like that if they would have known about it. And a concept from the game that I learned from my experience here, it's like I remember I won the level and I kept on like trying to win. I mean, I wasn't trying to win. I already won, but I kept on attacking the bounty hunters over and over again. My crew was ready to dock at the shore. So like I took that into consideration and I realized like there's a point where like you won and to let the haters and trolls go and just fulfill the victory by docking. Because like the way the game works, they're not going to stop sending people. So that was an interesting concept that I beat them completely into nothing. And so I can, when you see the way broadly, you could see it in everything. So that's what Musashi, the warrior, the samurai, said, and that's what I like to apply different things to. So I had an interesting week, moving some furniture around. And some wild stuff has been going on, and the neighborhood's been alright, but there's some interesting incidences going on and a lot of drama, but everybody's alright. It's not like before when the shooting happened recently. But you just have some, goofy characters around. And I like how this East India Company ship has all these skeleton pirates following it. It's funny. Alright. Next online. Oh yeah, I like It's a Wonderful Life. I mentioned that earlier, and I forgot about to mention Home Alone. I can't believe I forgot to mention that. So with Home Alone, it's like I remember I was watching it with my grandma upstairs, and it was hilarious. The whole time it was hilarious. It was so funny. And what happened was I really enjoyed and liked that movie. Like the whole and the yeah, that's very good. And also It's a Wonderful Life is very inspiring about, God and stuff and helping him out. And it's like I like It's a Wonderful Life cuz it shows like how things are different now like than they were back then. I mean, we have good technology and stuff. That's a positive thing. I tell people all the time like the technology we have now is great. Like what we're doing right now. That people couldn't do that back then. But there are things that some people let go that is unfortunate. So it's good to reflect on positive things from that era to replicate now. One of the people today were saying about how they like The Grinch Stole Christmas. That's a good movie. And so, like, what happened today was like a situation where the neighbors had some alarm that went off, they were saying, and then they were going back home to see what happened. with themselves, and then they and my grandpa went over there to check, make sure everything was all right over there when he got the call about it, and everything was, he didn't see anything, and that's good. Yeah, and one of my friends and I were sending each other gifs about the Grinch. Well, yeah, I agree. And then there was a situation where, oh yeah, so what happened was I was over, and there was something like crazy going on down the street, but it wasn't really like what my grandpa was saying, but I was taking precautions, and I eventually, I, he was out there, and I went down there, and we got some of this furniture from this person that family knew that lived down there, and then we got the stuff, and then we brought it down here, and we have some outside tables and chairs that fit in with the way the house looks. And it's always good to do what you got to do and be cautious, and also, yeah, yeah. I see your message, Mary. I'll get to it in a moment. Hello, Turning Guns. Glad to see you. And then like, so my grandpa was on the porch. I could handle things, but it's always he wanted to go there, and they said they didn't want him to go there. I'm like, so, what's going on? So taking the took the precautions. People were around, and then I went down there and got what I had to get. Yeah, that's life, baby. Yeah, from Kojak. Yeah, Kojak. That is a good show. I like old shows, and yeah, Kojak. Yeah, that was good. Boris Karloff was the Grinch. That makes sense. I'm talking about like the new one with Jim Carrey in it. That's one I was referring to. And so it was good to have family help out, and there was some confusion about the situation, but I'm glad that it got resolved. And it's like I don't mind going down there and doing what I have to do, and but it's also good to do it, to take all the safety precautions and know what's going on. Like they say in the art of war, know yourself, know your enemy. And everything was fine. There was nobody there. Some like homeless people, but there was like nobody there. It was all good. And I have this like, since it's really close to the house, like I take this wagon. It's like a green wagon, and I bring it down the street and take the stuff and bring it back. And I also recently, and it reminds me of like the Exodus from the Bible, because we used to live down at that one, and bringing some of the stuff from Katrina back here, and it's so interesting because I brought this old thing I had a long time ago. It was a toy car that used to like sit in there and drive in when I was a toddler, and I brought it down here after many years, and that was great to see it again. Exactly, next online. You get what I mean. That's why I want to make sure that I want to take the precautions I want to take, and I'm glad that you understand that principle. Because, like, say on 9/11, they want people to go back to their offices, and everybody dies when they go back up there. So you always got to like go with what your gut says and what like is best for you. And yes, Mary was there. She came at some point, and she came. Yeah. Yes, Mary was there. She eventually came down and helped out, and that was. I'm glad that she came and helped me out with that. And also, I'm going to go this way so my friend can go and blow up the shit with me. Oh yeah, I wasn't afraid of anything next. I was just being cautious because you never know sometimes with situations. And that's how I acted. I was happy and all as you said. Yes. I wasn't afraid of anything. But it's to not have blind bravery and go get yourself into a trap and have a problem. Cuz but of course if there's a situation where you have to do something, do what you got to do though. But in this kind of situation, it was best to do it the right way. Now we're going to be ramming into this ship right here. And thanks, Next. I like what you're saying. And also, Mary, thank you again. And glad to have you in chat as well. Alright, we're going to go this way and hit him. Ooh, that was close. And in chat, I'm still here. I have something I was doing. There we go. Okay. Okay, Next. It's all good. I was just making a statement about it to make my point clear. Understood. Yeah, Mary was there, yes. And we're going to fire at this ship. And turning guns, I see you. I see you, turning guns. I'm glad to have you in chat and everybody. Oh. Hola, Latina. Glad to see you. Whoa, there's a bounty hunter heading in. Whoa. Oh, I'm on the run because the ship needs repair. I would repair it with him, but yeah. And I'm going to rechat while I run away from this bounty hunter while I'm watching him. He's on my tail. Hail Mary, staying warm down there. Alien can be happy while doing so. No fear needed. Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I was just making clear, and yeah, all the power-ups are having some problems. So we're going to outrun this thing while I look at chat. Indeed, never seen you as being that way. Meant like wide STMT for peoples. Turning Gun says not bad weather here. You got home weekend. Supposed to be -8 there. It's 40s here. And also Latina comes. And sometimes like high altitude. Hello everyone. Okay. Alright. So we're going to go this way or go fight this ship. Alright, so I caught up with what chat was saying. I missed a little bit. Okay. Then I'm going this way. Alright. It's vengeance. We're fighting vengeance. We're fighting hatred. The ship has hatred. Okay. Let's go out a little bit. I got this. So, as I said, I'm playing the game and doing things. So, yeah, so as I was saying, so I brought down that stuff from the family, and then we did some other things. This side's a good side. Let's go hard that way, and let's turn into this degenerate ship right here. And my dude, he helped. You see how I turned like that, and now I'm smashing his ship. Bam. Now let's go this way. Captain's orders to take cover. Now we're flipping. No, this is the same ship, Mary. I'll look at what you're saying exactly in a moment. Okay, bam, right in the nice area. We got him. That wasn't even Mary. That was Next that said that. Yeah, the ship needs comfort. Comfort. Yeah. Oh. All right. So we're attacking this ship right here again. Boom. All right. And now we're orbiting it. We're going to hit really hard. We're going to go this way, a hard right there, and we're going to sink it. I think he could just sink it. He did. Excellent. Something stupid going on over here. And we have... Is your ship upgraded again? No. Well, this ship I got a little while back. So it depends. Like, this is the same ship I had last time, and we see we got people that were fighting the bounty hunters. And we're going to go in his direction. We have to get rid of this thing. Okay. Haha, missed. Ha! It missed. Alright. Okay, we're going that way. Oh. Careful. Okay, we're going to go that way. This way we're going to get them to be more divided. So, sails look different. My ship is this white one right here. Alright, we're going to go turn around and mess this thing up. Then we're going to go this way. I'll probably drift around the island and go like this and get this thing. Ah, there we go. And he's going to go right through the island. Went right through the island, everybody. You're seeing this live. He's going through. Okay. Where's Raven's Cove? Okay, I remember where it is. We're going to have to turn around and go that way. Oh, the Navy's here. The Navy's at me again. Get a clear shot, and we're going to go to We're going to go to Raven's Cove. Okay. Oh, here we go. Take cover. See if I'm going close to where it is. Raven's Cove. I do not know. I'm probably going away from it, huh? That was by Cuba. Okay, the code. Whoa, I'm a little bit away from it. It turned. Now, Blackbeard's on the other side of the sea of where I am. His ship's on the other side. Alright, so that I'll be in direct path to Raven's Cove. Alright. Oh, the sails look different? Yeah, maybe the game's animators made it look a little bit differently. So that's why next it's maybe they animated it differently. I haven't changed the sails. We're gonna fight those two ships. I just want to get closer to the where we're at the dock. We can go right out here in the middle of nowhere, and we're gonna go and turn around and get them. Yeah, and she's talking about comfort, coffee, and cookies. I like that. All right. Okay, we're gonna go this way. All right, here we go. And it it didn't even shoot right. Now we're adjacent. Now we're gonna take the turn, and we're gonna hit these things. Ah, this it keeps on not doing this thing right. All right, here we go. So you combat two ships at once. All right. So now we're gonna go back this way. There's a little Galilean that's helping us out here. No, it's not our side, it's their side. All right, we're about to sink this moron right here. All right, here we go. Goodbye. Finished. You're finished. Yeah. All right, we got him, and now we're docked. All right, so I got that done. We did good with that. Rechat. So yeah, Turning Gun says yeah. One of my friends they were saying he was distracted. Tell him my ship was glitching. Yeah, Turning Gun says maybe they couldn't find any international bakers, and a box of cookies $35. Couldn't believe that they didn't come with a baker warm with them for him. She said, now I need to get coffee and cookies, my own worst enemy, BRB. And then she says, I am my own, etc. Eating hard Damon cookies, 350 G's for 400 roughly, $3. Made lemon icing. Sets out plate, all who's cute laughs. Yeah. Ghost be in the shell. Captain. Facts. And that's me. Mary says, Mary, you are a cute lady. Haha, are glitching ships. Yep. Oi. Yeah. Mary says, next on line, cookies sound great. Loves icing. Cookie Monster. Cookie Monster loves cookies. Me love icing. Yeah. I remember that character. Go there. Yes, aliens eat cookies. I'm on one of my friends' ships. They're welcoming me as a guest, as a part of the crew. All right, and later newcomer viewers ponder so aliens eat cookies too. Yeah, that's funny. And next says, "Cool, I messed up in the morning on a game collab. Neighbors must think we're insane. Although age gamers be loud." I can imagine. I can imagine. I remember when I used to play my Wii, I would get very angry when I wouldn't win something because I was impatient and I just had to keep practicing. Or like something stupid would happen and I would get really triggered. All right, here we go. Oh, facts. And Velcro. That's what I could imagine. Like the word Velcro, but it's Velcro. All right. No, Mary Toodles just changed the name. He had a live streaming here on YouTube. Alright, so we're going to practice with this. We're going to get that. Oh, facts. Yep, got him good. It's all good in the hood. Alright, we're going to get this thing good. Alright. Now we have some lightning. Oh, we got a couple of these things. Okay, so the lightning in the game, it's like the... Remember how y'all saw the lightning bolts coming from the ships? That's what that is. So that's the reason for that. For the lightning bolts, basically. Nice, we got them square. Right there. And that's really cool, next, that you also like the game to game too. You're welcome. Yeah. Okay, we got the power up. So like sometimes people come on my ship, sometimes we go on their ships. You know, that's how it works. Okay, meanwhile, he is in the game now. Masaka, all and thing is happening. Alien, and when husband changes his game HUD layout for them ahead better cover your ears. Oh yeah, thanks for the heads up. Oh yes, yes, that's true. Beautiful graphics and the way they, the person has their ship. This is like how I'll upgrade my ship as time goes on. Like you can make upgrades and make the ships look different ways, and that's like how it works. We're about to be docking. Feeling wrath and fury. Yes. Yeah, turning guns. You could say the channel name. It's okay. I don't mind. Their whole thing went down. That's funny. So like some people are not in the chat because some of the people that were here before have been doing other things with their lives. They've been busy with things and they haven't been able to come over to the stream. That's why. Like some of the other people that were here. Oh no, turning guns, you misunderstood me. And y'all do pretty good in the spaceship. And what happened was people they had certain family matters they had to take care of and they weren't able to come. But y'all have the time to come. It's like they would want to be here but they can't because there's things going on in their own lives but they would like to come. Y'all can afford to have the time to come and the others can't because of the circumstances they have. And but it is good that to not slack on the spaceship because it might go down. So it might even be a warning what I'm saying. Yeah. Famine crew. Yeah, Sam's right there. Things being kind of. All right. Yes, turning guns, and so basically, what happened was the situation, people, like, some of them wanted it on Thursday, and, like, some people were not coming because of the, like, say if, like, people want to have time to come here but they can't, but they would want to, and they can't do the, be here, and they kind of drifted out the other ones that you would talk to, and, like, people come and go, and, like, and some of them, like, liked it, like, a smaller group of people, so there wouldn't be as, like, many people here, but there will obviously be more people that come here in these nighttime ones as time goes on. And also, since there are still people that do come, it's very interesting to see the ones that are still here, but the other ones will be back at some point. But I also miss them as well, and we'll welcome them back when they come, and also welcome the new people when they come here too. Like, they'll tell me why they can't come to it, and that's how I know, obviously, about it. Yeah, so this is some more of it. Alright, let's go to them. Alright. Going to the ship with them. And thank you, Turning Guns, for showing up. Get a little bit of a tour of the ship. Kind of standing out here. Looks really nice. Really, really nice. Oh, that's great, Turning Guns. I'm glad that you made the French dip. I'm sure that's delicious. We're doing a good job sinking them. Oh, the ship isn't a level. It's just, it's been upgraded It's a war. Let's see. I think it's a war brig. Yeah, this ship is different than the one I have. It's a war brig, and mine's like a frigate. I think that's the right way to say it. And it's been the deck and the armor has been upgraded. And her name is Maggie. She made the sails black, as you could see, and she put a design on it, an eagle. And she also had, like the hull and the other stuff upgraded too. Hey, Casimiro. Good to see you. Casimiro's a friend of mine from one of the other streams I talk on, like I chat on. Yes, next. Yes. So, like, what I do here is I play a game for, like, the first part, and then I go into the different topics as the stream goes on. Alright, so basically we have here that the other team members are firing at the ship. Here we go. It's looking really good. Hello, Duke. Good to see you. Okay. Yeah, so this is some other view of the ship. Yes, Casimirio. I remember we were talking about that before on the other chat. And I would like to know the information you have about it. And this is the right place for it, because that's what we like to talk about here. Alright. Hey, Essie. Good to see you. Yeah, Casimiro says, I have a lot of knowledge on crazy UFO stories, etc., and what the masses could never imagine. So, yeah, because remember, yeah, Casimiro told me about the situation with, it was a sighting in Mexico that happened. And he told me about it. I made a video about it. And then we have, yeah, so this is the front. We see them getting rid of the enemies. Yeah, so basically, yes, Baja, California, and Mexico near the volcano. Now, in my opinion about the aliens, I think that it's a situation where a lot of them are fallen angels pretending to be aliens. That's, my opinion about a lot of the sightings. They're from the fallen realm, along with some of the other supernatural things that we see. And also, I would like to know other information about it, other views about it, because we all have bounce off each other's ideas. It's all good. And we have up here, we have this place right here. So that is another part of the ship. Now, we can't really go into these areas. They haven't made that in the game just yet. And I'm going to say something to the crew in the game really quick. And the mouse is sleeping. It's kind of not being active. Alright. There we go. Now the mouse is active again. Alright. Yes. Yes. And because there's a situation, like I was talking about in one of the recent videos that I had, how the like the Greys being the fallen spirits, the frog-looking spirits from the Bible that they talk about, and how there's people that summon the UFOs, and they say things about like Jesus that aren't true. So it has to do with them, the fallen ones. So, because a lot of from the occultic view of things, which is the enemies of Christianity, it's in opposition to Christianity. They talk a lot about the UFOs and spiritualism. When I have talked about on the stream about the interdimensional hypothesis that they're appearing from some other dimension, I was seeing how that makes sense because it correlates for what the biblical standpoint of it says from what their occultic practices teach. Because that when I was a teenager and a kid, I thought my friend and I thought they're bad and they're from another planet, but we weren't really sure. We didn't have all the answers. And then as time went on, then that for other YouTubers were talking about them being interdimensional beings, which is, as I said, other like spiritualists believe, and it correlates with the fallen angels. We knew it's something to do with that, and it could be a creation of them, or it has something to do with them. And then that is one of the hypotheses that I really go by now, because they like the Greys. They claim they're from a planet called Zeta, and a lot of the fallen, they're from like Sirius and these different stars, and because there's these different religions, like the Egyptians, some of their gods came from these different planets. They said so it goes in conjunction with the alien theory that they're just disguising as one or the other. And that's what a lot of the other YouTubers I've talked to also agree on that. So, yeah, I like to discuss that. It's interesting. Yeah, so turning guns, that's a good point. He's saying he doesn't... the question is, do they actually exist, but rather actually what they are? Yeah, I totally agree with that. Because there's something there that people are seeing. And then it's like... that something there, and people just have to not debate exactly if there exists or not, but what exactly it is. And I've seen a UFO thing one time. It was like out that way, it was the southeast part of the horizon. It was this giant blue thing that came out of nowhere. It lifted up. It was really strange how it was acting. And there's people that have been seeing other fallen things as well. Yeah, seeing and interacting with them. The crew's doing really good with that in the game. And also, a lot of people can't handle the truth about the different stuff. That's why people go into denial and they don't want to believe it. Because I've seen some very captivating images and stuff from the. There is an incident that happened in the Middle East. This orb that was flying. And I remember the people that saw the video were like, they agreed and they thought it was very frightening about these UFOs that people were seeing. And then the government was trying to say, like, they're UAPs because they don't want to say they're UFOs because they denied their existence, and everybody that saw UFOs were like censored. They shouldn't be there. But then when you have a situation like this, when there's a point where they can't hide it, like my friend and I would talk about, I'll ask him about Nibiru, the 10th planet, and allegedly is out there way beyond our solar system that I've done videos about, is that basically with the planet, it's way out there, and it would come in orbit with Earth at some point in the future. It's a theory. And so they're like, the reason why they don't tell us the truth is they don't want people to panic and freak out. Because they don't want a public uprising. People, so they're going to lie and twist it around and say, like, it's not true. But then there's a certain point where they can't hide it anymore. Casimirio says, I've always researching and questioning everything, plus open-minded. Exactly. That's how I am, and I think that's the best way to be. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a nice red ship. And you see this person right here is dressed in some Christmas outfit. And, yeah, my friend Sam is at the cannon. In Germany, there was a situation where there was a situation where you had UFOs being seen in Germany in the medieval ages. I remember that. I would make these, I still make the sound effects like I did recently with the vampire one. And like I would also make these things where people can, like, at some of the videos in the bottom of the screen, people could read like different history, a brief history about the topic with some of the music videos. And I was talking about a few of these things with the 10th planet and stuff, and people use them for projects and stuff at their schools. And that's how the people in the earlier days of like last year were learning about the stuff. Then when I got like the microphone and things, I was like recording the videos and I put that together. And yeah, so yeah, we had definitely been lied to, Casimirio. Yeah, and SC says he's been really busy and he's tired. He fell asleep earlier and he just woke up. Well, glad to have you here, SE. And next thing, hope that you have some days of rest. And I want to thank everybody for being here. Glad to have y'all here while we watch this epic fight on the. Though the bounty hunter lost all of its sails. That's funny. And it sunk. And you have them over there with their candy cane type sails. That's nice. Yeah, they're firing at the warships. Yeah, because in the game it'll like fire at the at these warships when you reach a certain level, like when you have like the situation where you have the full skull and crossbones and the hat and the eye patch. That's the highest level. Okay, Latina, have a good night. Thank you for coming to this late night special. I remember one time, like, I was talking about the aliens and people that are skeptical. It's like that's why I like made that completion of the Greys. What's this called, Skinny Bob, which some others and some other channels live streams I go in, they nickname me Skinny Bob because of the gray alien, because it was this. I don't know if you've seen it, Casimirio. It's where like this alien, this gray alien is like moving around, blinking, and the KGB, the Soviets, were taking the video of it, and it's like this thing's blinking and everything, and it's like it could be someone in a suit, but this whole thing is like blinking and moving around, and like some people like can't handle that. And I remember like when I was seeing that when I was a teen, and like wow, that's really something else. Because I remember I always like believed in it because my friend talked about it. I saw the History Channel talk about it, and I was researching it. And it's like they always have these movies where they'll have a conspiracy about something, and it winds up being true. And like, what's so bad about believing some alien thing is there if it's not real? And especially the alien abductions that they're talking about, where people will not even remember the incident. It'll be so traumatizing for them. And there is this. This sounds far out, chat warning, where like this it was as a woman, she had these hybrid children with the aliens, and they're like she would visit them on the spaceship. I know it sounds like a science fiction thing, but that's what she was saying she had an experience with, and that they were doing like scientific experiments on the people, and people were abducted by them. And we got to take this into account that throughout history, like I made the video recently about the Wild Hunt of Odin, which basically has in Norse mythology, the Odin and the other gods would have this hunt, and they would hunt humans and abduct them. It sounds similar to what the aliens do, but they've always done it. They just disguise themselves as different things, depending on the time period, to turn people away from the truth and to cause a mass deception. Even the elect would be deceived. And Casimiro has a good point. Conspiracy theory equals true. I agree. Absolutely. Yes, Casimiro, exactly. To For testing purposes and experiments and to breed. Yep. Yep, that's what they do. Absolutely. They just basically, and they're very like robots. They're very analytical and they're very robotic. Also, the lizard aliens, which that's a reptilian serpentine thing. And I remember, like I was seeing on Facebook where you had these. It was a alien being, and from a lizard alien looking being from some culture, and on the other side of the world they had the same thing. Like we were talking about the pyramids, how the pyramids are all adjacent to each other across the world, and it's like, how do they do that, and why are all these different civilizations making pyramids? Yeah, so that's another thing about the extraterrestrial theory. Exactly, exactly. And next says how others threat others are a threat for exposing their deceptions. Exactly. I absolutely agree with that because they don't want people knowing the truth about them. They want people to be lied to. Casemiro, I have not seen that one. All right, we're gonna clap. Yeah, so a lot of stuff has been, happening with that, and I remember like they thought like we are kind of dangerous or something for believing in these things. 'Cause I talked about the portals and all those different things like that, and I was right. There is a theory of the interdimensional beings from these other dimensions. It's a dimension, and it like enters through a thing and it goes here. One of the callers one time that was here were debating about it, and he was kind of like how the people like where is the portal at, and it's kind of like a strawman question. I mean, position because it's like it's there. We just don't know exactly where it is or where they are, and it could be a couple of different things. We may not know everything about this realm, but there's certainly something there. And like the pyramids were used for something. There's different areas where there's supernatural occurrences, and that word could be used. So there's definitely evidence of something there, and there's certainly. I remember watching the some parts of the Joe Rogan show, and he had one of the scientists on there, and they were saying like the aliens would have to be very advanced, a couple of 100 years or so, or more advanced than us, where they would control, say, weather or things like that. That's what they're able to do, and that's what the position about it is. And that's another interesting insight about just the idea of how advanced these other things are, because the pilots were seeing these things move very fast and unnaturally. Yeah. And also, yeah, and Casimiro said some interesting points. He said a must everything he's ever had seen I can confirm with research. That's good. Also, there's a portal near me, but along the Syria, Nevada, near Lake Tahoe. I don't know if I said that right. Okay, thank you. Thanks for making that clear, Casimiro. That they're in different places, obviously, but at the time I didn't know specifically where one is because it's been a little while since I've gone through one. And he says, "Do you remember the caller from Minnesota who said it was 2027, but 2030 was 1999 on Coast to Coast radio show?" No, I did not see that one, but thanks for telling us about that. And now the callers I'm talking about is my show. I've had callers on this show, like right here. It was one of my callers. But yeah, that one. I know about Coast to Coast AM. Latina watches it. And also, Minnesota said from was 2027, but it was 1999. Yeah, I've heard. Okay, I think I've heard about that incident. I just didn't see that call, but I've heard that incident. And okay, he was talking about it was a time traveler. I've heard about the time traveler theories. I've heard about that from like the those in like Eastern Europe. There is an incident of that. That's something I do remember. I don't know about the specific story talking about, but I do remember hearing about it a little while back. Bob Lazar exposed Area 51 in 1989. Ah, that's good. And Casimiro says there's a few in the USA. Yep. And yeah, there you go. Thank you. Thank you. And like, say people that are into like demonic things, like I was saying before, they summon things or like witchcraft. That's the way they're summoning spirits in. The Bible talks about it, how the conjuring of spirits and communicating with spirits and stuff. So that's, another example of that. That's funny, Duke. All right, and we have your nice big sails. I love sailboats, sailing ships. Okay, so I think that it's because there's a certain point with the technology and all, they cannot hide it anymore. So they're gonna go and like tell everybody about the the truth, the little bits and pieces. And another person on the show that was here a little while back, which stranded. Yeah, she was saying that she thought that there is a lot of these apparitions, like they talk about in media, and they were, you know, would talk about the Men in Black, or they talk about some kind of alien invasion or something to get the masses subliminally prepared for the truth that they're going to hear later. Yeah, he DO'd. Yeah. And we have some great information from Casimirio. He says Oregon, California, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico have portals, plus the Grand Canyon. Thank you, Casimirio. And I wonder about this city down here in New Orleans with all the voodoo they've done here, if there's some portal down here too. But I wouldn't know for sure. But I know now we have some new information, and I'm glad to know about that from Casimirio. I did not know that. On East Coast USA. And next says Schneider revealed a lot. And then she said Surfium winged serpentine shaped angels. Yep. Yep. Exactly. That's what I was talking about too. All right. All right. So basically, we have these fallen beings, the serpentine ones, and that's what was causing the situation. Because, like, they're fallen, and and that's where the lizard thing comes from. Nice. Take it all. All right, here we go. All right, great. Talking to people in the game. That's what the typing is. Yeah, so Casimiro was saying high UFO activity near New Orleans and possibly inner Earth entrances. Okay, thank you. Because I have seen like UFOs over. I said I've seen it, and there's definitely something dark around. I could, some those other interdimensional beings from the fallen realm, and there's a variety of different things. There's like the now Casimiro. Do you know anything about Bigfoot? I would like to know if what you know about that topic also, and basically with just the fallen creatures from the fallen realms in general. Yeah, I'm sure that there is something like that down here with all the stuff. All right. Something might be going on at Port Royal. Let's see. Okay, so going here, is there something going on over here? Because there's a skull and crossbones going on. And okay, next. Thanks for letting us know what you're doing. Okay, so all right, nice job, crew. Now I'm gonna go to the pirate port. So yeah, because I believe that the Bigfoot sightings and stuff, those are real too, and those have to do with other fallen entities as well that people are seeing. And in our modern times, people are seeing these things more and more and more. And with these fallen entities, they're coming out because of the times we're in and stuff that's going on. That's also partially why. I'm just looking through this. Nice. So I've acquired a lot of gold in the game, and this is like some snowmen and stuff like that. All right. And there's another part of the show that I do when I talk about the other topics. So I'm going to get into that part. Okay, so I'm just going to look right here really quick. Explain Christmas. Okay. I'm going to go into the Christmas part of the stream. I'm going to talk about some things with Christmas. And I have that one over here. Okay, what's that? Oh, this is from way earlier. I need to X that out. Yeah, so I'm about to talk about, we'll still talk about the aliens. We'll talk about that too. Because that is one of the main topics of the channel. And also I'm going to mention about the aliens. not the aliens, the Magi from Persia. Okay, and Magi. Okay, we're gonna be switching over to this other one. First, we'll go here. All right. So now in this part of the show, we'll still talk about the aliens, and now I'm going to talk about some things and about Christmas and the origins of it and what it is and some interesting things about it. All right. Thanks everybody that is here. Nice to have everybody here. And it looks empty, but it's not really empty. There's actually something there, and we'll see it in a moment. Yeah. There we go. Okay. We have this window that needs to be a little bit like that. Okay. Oh, I know what Krampus is. It's in Germany. It's a German folktale about this demonic monster thing that abducts the bad children. Yeah. All right. So Christmas is the birth of Jesus in the manger. That's what Christmas is about, and we do have Santa Claus and interesting lights and things like that, and the Christmas trees. Very good traditions that we have, and nice to celebrate all of them. And there's also nice stories and stuff about Christmas, like Scrooge and things like that. And they have good Christmas movies. And if y'all have any specific Christmas movie that you all like, feel free to put it in the chat. I'd be interested to see what Christmas movie is your favorite. And something interesting about Christmas is the Magi. So the Magi were these Persian priests, like a priest type person. It's kind of like the word magic or a magician. That's what the Magi were, and they're from Persia. And there were Zoroastrians. It says are Zoroastrian priests in the early religion of the Western Iranians. And the earliest known use of the word magi is not heard this word before. Triangule. Inscription written by Darius the Great. Yeah, I know about him. He was the king of Persia, known as the Istun inscription of Old Persian texts, predating the Hellenistic period. In like Alexander, Greek, their rivals, referred to as Magus, and this, it's a Zurvanism, is a fatalistic religious movement of Zoroastrianism, in which the divinity Zurvan is the first principle who generated equal but opposite twins. Interesting. Yes. So basically, Zoroastrianism was this religion from the Iranians that from very, very long time ago, and they have a lot of similarities to Judaism and Christianity. And Daniel was in the area of Persia, and this is where they had information about Jesus and the Messiah, and their religion taught that for generations before that. So then they saw the star, and they went to see Jesus, like what the story says. So that's something interesting about the Magi. And yes, Duke, I do agree. Yeah, Krampus is the evil Santa. Yeah. turning guns, at least my Bible doesn't tell me to not put a Christmas tree up. And with those traditions and things that you speak of about Christmas trees and stuff, that there's nothing wrong with that in my opinion, to celebrate Jesus. And like I think as you are referring to, there is nothing that says people can't have a Christmas tree to celebrate the symbolic coming of Christ, the birth of Christ, and the star that they saw. There's nothing wrong with that. And because God, they're using these, things like Christmas trees and stuff to glorify the Lord, and there's nothing wrong with this. And as long as it's being used for the Lord, that's all that matters. Right, exactly. And turning guns, as an excellent point you made about that. And this is a depiction of the Zoroastrian priests. Christmas tree lives matter. Pervasive throughout Eastern Mediterranean and Western Asia until late antiquity and beyond, Magos was influenced and eventually displaced Greek geos, the older word for practitioners of magic. It'd be interesting to see what that would look like. Yep, that's what I thought. With the meaning explained to include astronomy, astrology, alchemy, and other forms of eocentric knowledge. This association was turned to the product of Hellenistic fascinations of pseudo-Zoroaster, who was perceived by the Greeks to be Chaldean from the Magi, inventor of both astrology and magic, meaning the still survives in modern-day world magic magician. Oh, you have Casimirio. He says, I've heard New Year's isn't January the 1st. Okay, I have not. Yeah, exactly. And, there's all kinds of things going on. And, like what the Bible says about the Christmas trees and what Casimiro was saying, I know. And, there's all kinds of, things going on, it seems. And different, things that I never knew that, like, about painting Easter eggs was bad or on Easter and stuff. Yeah, I understand, chat. I feel the same way. In the Gospel of Matthew, Magi from the east do homage to Jesus, a child transliterated plural magi entered English from Latin. Yes, Jesus in Latin. Do a homage to Jesus as a child, and the transliterated plural magi entered from Latin. In this context, around 1200 CE, this particular use is commonly rendered in English as kings, and more often in recent times as wise men. The singular magus appears considerably later when it was borrowed from Old French in the late 14th century with the meaning of magician. Oh yes, Casimirio, we were talking about that in the last stream. He says, hear about Bermuda Triangle, why planes go missing, etc. He says because it's called transducing like electrical fog. Yeah, we're talking about that last time, and I think last Friday, and basically we went on a tangent. Well, I went on a tangent about it, and chat went on it along with me, and it couldn't have been this chemical they said that was being released because it hasn't been released in 15,000 years, and it's not enough to sink the ship. So that's a more of a logical explanation. That's a good explanation you have, Casimirio, not from what the mainstream narrative would be saying. And next says, just watch a long video of this last night in the book of Nia. The Israelites were told not to have such an adored tree, but then the New Testament, we are to claim all things for him, even the tree. All right, next. Thank you for sharing that with us. Amen. Thanks, Duke. He remembers. Methane release. I knew it started with an M, but I didn't remember it off the top of my head. So, like, basically, if there's, like, traditions, there's traditions and how these, from these old pagan religions, and it's okay, in my opinion, to get them and twist them around, to not twist it around, but, like, take it back and do it, aim it towards the Lord. For instance, you had this situation where all these people were sacrificing to false gods, so God told Abraham he could sacrifice his son to him, like these false gods do, but he didn't let him go through with it. But the point is, in this time and period, like what Next is saying, nothing wrong with taking something back from them and put it towards the Lord. Yeah, Casimiro says, I'll give you more info next live or leave a comment on that video. Alright, thank you. And also, it's been a while since I've done it, but there is an option. I can always have you call into the show if you wanted to. And at some point, this one or the next one or whatever, or you can leave a comment. So that's another option as well if you want to do that at some point. And basically, so, right, I'll be interested to see what you have information about that Casimiro. And hello, Mary. Nice to have you here still. Going to drink some water. And then we have pervasive throughout Eastern and Mediterranean, Western Asia. Wait, I'm in the wrong area. So, also this particularly is common rendered in English as kings, and more often recent times as wise men. The singular magus appears considerably later, when it was borrowed from Old French in late 14th century with the meaning magician. Hereditary Zoroastrian priesthood has survived in India and Iran. They are termed Herbad and Mobad. Disaster, depending on the rank, and Mag, Upat, and Maga. Maga. Interesting. Iranian sources. The term only appears twice in Iranian texts from before the 5th century BC, and only one of these can be dated with precision. This one instance occurs in the triangular Istun inscription of Darius the Great, in which can be dated about 520 BC. This is trilingual text. Certain rebels have magicians. A magician as an attribute. The Old Persian portion as Mayu, generally assumed to be loan word from Median. The meaning of the term in this context is uncertain. The other instance appears in a text of Avesta, the sacred literature of Zoroastrianism in this instance, which in the younger Avestan portion the term appears in the hapax, meaning hostile to the Mughal, which Mughal does not, as we previously thought, mean magus, but rather member of the tribe, referred to a particular social class of Proto-Iranian language, and then continued to do so in Avestan. And also, Turning Gun says, For the customs of the people are vain, for one cutteth a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen with the axe. The deck it with silver and gold, they fastened it with nails and with hammers that move not. Alright, thank you. And also, drink some water again. And basically, it depends from the intentions of the person, and that when these different religions came up, like when Christianity came to Europe, they adapted some things from their old religion, and the people turning guns that wrote the Bible also acquired these other traditions of like the Christmas trees and things like that. And in my opinion, if it's not being used as a pagan thing, it's like what you're talking about is these people that were using something for a pagan reason, but if they're using it for a righteous, godly reason, taking it back for the Lord, that's a totally different situation. And also, further reading, an unrelated term but previously assumed to be related appears in the older Gathic Avestan language texts. This word, adjectival, adjectival magavan, meaning possessing maga, was once premise that Avestan maga, I'll call it that. I think that's how it's pronounced. Median, Old Persian, were coeval. While in the Gathis, the word seemed to mean both teachings of Zoroaster and the community that accepted that teaching, and it seems that Avestan maga related to this, as there is no reason to suppose that the Western Iranian magu has actually the same meaning as well, but it may be, however, that Avestan Manguhu, which is not the same as that the Median, were the same word in origin, a common Iranian term for member of the tribe, having developed among the Medes a special sense of member of the priestly tribe, hence the priest. And next says, I need to send you the video to... She needs to send the video to me. In Germany, 13 to 1400s. That's probably around the time where they saw those UFOs, I think. Was decorating from trees, since at winter was encouraged, and also churches used it to portrayal of Adam and Eve, the tree of life. Exactly. Because there was, like the Romans, they had pagan temples and pagan things, but they took that back and used it for the Lord. And it was easy to help the people at that time convert from their pagan religion to Christianity. Like these people, it's like going off a drug, so they kept some of their old traditions from that, and they used it for the Lord, which the church and God approved of at that time, and as we inherited that from them. And also, you'll have... So thank you, Next, for telling me about that. I didn't know that, and I look forward to seeing that in that video. And I'm talking about like the early churches turning guns that used the Bible and used the scriptures as the time went on. Like, because all the Christians, like, from the early church on, used the Bible and the various translations. You have the King James Version and other versions. And it depends on what the intentions are. Like if you're, like the Israelites, they built a golden calf and they worshipped it. So they were trying to go against God. So that was bad. And but it's like people, it like depends on what the intentions of the action are, in my opinion. And and thank you, Turning Guns, for telling us that. That's something I wasn't aware of, but I knew that they did have trees with tinsel whatever on it. I knew that they did that, but I didn't know about that specific incident from Jeremiah. Thank you very much, Turning Guns, for the information. And also, no, it's, next on line. It's all good. Thank you for the information. And SE says a lot of people just celebrate Christmas for all the wrong reasons. Exactly, because it's like people like they nothing wrong with getting people gifts and stuff for those that you care about, but it's like people, yeah, they'll celebrate it for the wrong reasons. And I want to make it clear it's for the birth of Christ, so we celebrate his birth. And also, I was learning one time that the Magi may have visited him when he was 3, a little bit later, from what we're told in this timeline. And I don't have like the references to that, but like overall we celebrate it now in this we Christmas. That's what it's for. But yeah, a lot of people capitalize off of it. Absolutely. And the pagans would be very angry that their trees and their customs were taken by the Christians and used to worship the true God. They would be very furious about that, because they would want worship to their false gods. The early Romans and the Greeks thought the Christians were atheistic because they only worshipped one God and not multiple gods like they did. Like I told you all, like the aliens and those creatures, they appeared as these gods that weren't really gods, but they're really just one God, because those fallen entities copied off of the real God. Then Jesus came in and straightened everything out. And like, yeah, remember, Christianity, it spread all over the world. And also the Muslims believe Jesus was a prophet. So even in their religion, Jesus is a prophet. So Jesus spread all over the planet. And from the Judaism perspective, we cannot deny, well, I'm not Jewish, I'm saying like from their perspective, everybody can't deny that Jesus' religion and his ideas spread everywhere, all over the world, and that God wanted that to happen, thankfully. And also, Turning Gun says, well, how many devils do you see during Christmas compared to the rest of the year? That's funny. It's hilarious. And Casimiro says, let's see, family only celebrates it for getting together when in Mexico they're not religious. All right, Casimiro. Yeah, and it's also good. Another benefit of Christmas is getting together and spending time with family. That's something good. Like I said about giving presents, just some people would take it, would get distracted by, if people want to be with their family or people celebrating the birth of Jesus, those are good, or giving gifts, remembering one another. That's fine, kind of like Thanksgiving. Other people are just focused on capitalizing off of it. So, everybody has their own like traditions and things, how they do stuff. And, you know, that's my view of it. And we have also, it's Duke says Rudolph strapped to the front bumper. That's funny. I'll tell you all some Christmas jokes I saw from earlier. One of my friends was saying. I'll say that. A moment. Let's see. Drink some water again because I've been talking. The most precious the most precious possession you have is your people, your family, your friends, or whatever. It's very important, and it's good that you spend time with your family. And I'm glad that this Christian holiday was able to be a medium to for people to get together and have a good time with each other. It's very good. And also, I like astronomy, and I like talking about that star they saw. That was very good. Let's see about the some of these Christmas jokes I saw from earlier. And there's something that's playing, but it's not playing now because I silenced it. All right. Let's see. Like, here's one. How much did Santa's sleigh cost? It was on the house. That was one I saw from earlier. Another one. Also, why did Santa go to the liquor store? He was looking for holiday spirits. How does Santa take his picture? With a Polaroid. What do you call a kid who doesn't believe in Santa? A kid without a claws. Let's see. Why does Santa go through the chimney? Because it suits him. Yeah, those are some jokes from what my friends was saying earlier in one of the other chats. And yeah, Santa is a pimp ho ho. And also, I'll say one more of these things. Let's see. I was thinking about that earlier, Essie. Okay, what is Santa's favorite music? Rap. See this other one. Let's see if I can find it. And egg, nog nog. That's what it's called when it's spiked. All right. And that is some Christmas jokes for right now, and I'll probably say some later. It's funny. And also some of the history about it. We'll talk about classical Greek, and then I'll go into the Christian tradition about it. The oldest surviving Greek reference to the Magi from Greek plural mago might be from the 6th century BC, who curses the Magi for their impious rites and rituals, a description of rituals that Heraclitius refers to has not survived, and there is nothing to suggest that Heraclitius was referring to foreigners. Better preserved are the descriptions of the mid 5th century BC Herodotus, who is his portrayal of the Iranian expertise living in the Asia Minor uses the term magi in two different senses. In the first sense, Histories 1.01, Herodotus speaks of the magi as one of the tribe's people of the Medes. In another sense, Herodotus uses the term magi to generically refer to a sacerdotal caste, but whose ethnic origins is never again so much mentioned. According to Robert Charles and other accounts, we hear of magi not only in Persia, Parthia, Bactria, or Media along the Sacas, but also in non-Iranian lands like Samaria. I did not know that. Ethiopian or Egypt. So they had magi, Ethiopia, Egypt, Samaria. They had them in that part of the world at that time, even in North Africa. Their influence was also widespread throughout the Asian Minor. It is therefore quite likely that the Scar-Idatal caste in the Magi was distinct from the Median tribe of the same name. As early as the 5th century BC, the Greek magos has swapped magia and magic to describe the activity of magus, that is, it was his or her art practice, but almost from the outset of the non and other action of the noun from actor, part, or company. Thereafter, magia was used not for what actual magi did, but from something related to the word magic in the modern sense. Using supernatural means to achieve an effort to the natural world appearance of achieving these effects through trickery or sleight or hand. The early Greek texts typically have the prepedrative meaning, which turned influence the meaning magos to but denote a conjurer, a charlatan, already from the 5th century BC. All right, so this is the Christian tradition. The word magos in Greek and its variants appear in both the Old and New Testaments. Ordinarily, this word is translated as magician or sorcerer in the sense of illusionists or fortune teller, and this is how it is translated, all in occurrences in Acts 13:6, except for the Gospel of Matthew, where, depending on the translation, it is rendered wise men or left untranslated as magi, typically with the explanatory note. However, early church fathers, such as Saint Justin, or Egan, Saint Augustine, and Saint Jerome, did not make an exception for the gospel and translated the word in its ordinary sense as magician. The Gospel of Matthew states that Magi visited the infant Jesus to do him homage shortly after his birth, 2:1, 2:12. The Gospel describes how the Magi from the east were notified of the birth of the King of Judea by the appearance of his star upon their arrival in Jerusalem. They visited King Herod to determine the location of the King of the Jews' birthplace. Herod, disturbed, told them that he had not heard of the child, but informed them of prophecy that the Messiah would be born in Bethlehem. He then asked the Magi to inform him when they find the child, so that he himself may also pay homage to the child guided by the star of Bethlehem. Remember, it took, like, when we have this story about the wise men seeing Jesus, like, it took them a very long time to get there. It's like they depict this thing like it's like they're in Persia and they see the star, and like 20 minutes later they get all the way to where Jesus is. It's like it took them a little while. Like they say, shortly after his birth. But as I said, it's okay to celebrate it this way too. It makes it compacted into one thing. Turning Gun says, I already forgave my dad, but my mom, she might be surprised, especially if I warm up by watching some Larry David first. Turning Guns, curb your Santa. And guided to the Star of Bethlehem, the wise men found the child Jesus in a house. Like I was told you all earlier before I read this, because I learned about this before. So they visited Jesus in his house when he was very small. They paid homage to him and presented him with gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. In a dream, they are warned not to return to Herod, and therefore return their homes by taking another route, since its composition. In the late 1st century, numerous apocryphal stories have embellished the gospel accounts. But Matthew 2:16 implies that Herod learned from the wise men that up to the years had passed since the birth, which is why all male children 2 years or younger were slaughtered, which is very evil. And that's the Byzantine depiction, right there. And this is from Catholic Church depiction. I'm going to take myself out of this so you could see it without me in the way. Well, how about I could just put myself out there for a moment, or just put myself out. That's okay. There we go. Y'all can see this. So you see right here, that's the wise men from the Byzantine depiction. And this is Christ in the Catholic Church version of it. Those are the wise men, and that's them with Jesus in his house. Well, Joseph and the crew were heading to pay their taxes, so the easy way to find out for sure would be asking exactly when were the taxes in Bethlehem due. Good question. That's something I'm going to look up. In addition to the more famous story of Simon Magus, found in chapter 8, the book of Acts 13:6-11 also describes another Magus, who acted as advisor of the Sergius Paulius and the Roman proconsul at Paphos on the island of Cyprus. He was a Jew named Bar Jesus, son of Jesus, or alternately Elymas. Another Kyprot Magus Atomus is referred to as Josephus Alienus. I would be Alienus. Working at the court of Felix at Caesarea. One of the non-canonical Christian sources, the Syriac Infancy Gospel, provides in this third chapter a story of the wise men of East, who is very similarly, not similarly, that's not even a word really, that rhymed, East, which very similar to much of the story in Matthew. This account cites Zoroaster as a source of the prophecy that motivated the wise men to seek the infant Jesus. Another thing that I told you all earlier that I learned from before is that the Zoroastrians had a prophecy. I'll see if I'm right, I'll check it. I believe that the Zoroastrians predate the Jewish faith. They predicted that this Messiah would come, and so it came from their religion that was not from like the Jewish people and stuff. They're related, in my opinion. It's probably like an Ishmaelite group, which Ishmael was the brother of Isaac, and the Arabs are the Ishmaelites. So it's some, they're an Ishmaelite group. So yeah, so that's interesting how these other religions confirmed what we say about it. All right. And Turning Gun says, I personally give gifts all year long. I'm not going out of my way to make a special issue of it under the false premise, just because everyone else is doing it and I'm a giver. Well, that's good, Turning Guns. Glad that you do that. And the also in the Jewish traditions of the Magi, which the Jewish faith does not accept Jesus as the Messiah, although clearly if you look at it, it refers to Jesus, but they're known as a stiff-necked people, the Bible says. In the Talmud, instances of dialogue between the Jewish sages and various magi are recorded. The Talmud depicts the magi as sorcerers, and in several descriptions, they are negatively described as obstructing Jewish religious practices. Several references, including the sages criticizing practices performed by various magi. One instance is the description of the Zoroastrian priests exhuming corpses for their burial practices, which directly interfere with the Jewish burial rites. Another instance is a sage forbidding learning of the Magi. And the Islamic tradition of the Magi. So the Magi people throughout history were interpreted by different people. Like the different religions have an opinion about these different things. Like in our religion, in Christianity, it talks about the similarities it has with the faith, and that part of it where they believed that a Messiah was coming, and what it had in conjunction with the Jewish faith, that part, and then Jesus comes as a fulfillment of both prophecies from both faiths, and that is something they got along on that part, according to the scriptures about it. And also, some of the magi were doing certain things like what's called necromancy, it looks like, where they were reviving. Well, that's talking to the dead, but that I could look up this specific bringing them back from the dead to look up to see what that's called, because other things communicating, I guess that could be in the category of that same thing of communicating with the dead. But right, so that's something interesting from the Jewish Talmud's view of it. And the Islamic tradition, in Arabic, the magicians. That's where like a magician that has like a hat and a bunny, and he pulls it out, and the bunny starts marching, and he pulls out a bunch of stuff, a bunch of handkerchiefs, and he makes it. So that originates, the magician word originates from these magic people that can, like Merlin or some kind of sorcerer, or Harry Potter. This is where that stuff like originates from, and they had different interpretations. So the Islamic view, the magicians, they call in Arabic majus, is a term of Zoroastrians. The term is mentioned in the Quran in Surah 22, verse 17, where the magicians are mentioned alongside the Jews and Sabians and Christians, in a list of religions who will be judged on the day of resurrection. 1980s, Saddam Hussein's Ba'ath Party used the term Majus during the Iran-Iraq War as generalization of all modern-day Iranians by referring to the Iranians in these documents as Majus. The security Atus implied that the Iranians were not sincere Muslims, but rather covertly practiced a pre-Islamic belief, which it was. Thus, in their eyes, Iraq's war took the dimensions of not only a struggle for Arab nationalism, but also a campaign into the name of Islam. And kind of party, what's that exactly? Oh, so the Ba'ath Party is like some kind of Palestinian thing. So in Indian tradition, so in India, their tradition of the Magi, or in India, this is a word, chat. Let's do this. Saka Lad Iya Brahmins are considered to be descendants of the 10 Maja, it's Maja, priests who were invited to conduct worship of Mitra, Surah, and Multan, as described as Saba Perunia, Bhavishya, and Mahabharata. Their original home was region named Saka Devipa. According to Varahamiriya, the statue of the sun god Mitra is represented as wearing the northern Central Asian dress, specifically with horse-riding boots. Some Brahmin communities of India trace their descent to the Majas. Some classical astronomers and mathematicians Ten MAGA priests make America great again. Alright. Vera Hamaria. Oh, I got this, chat. And a fun fact, when I was in high school my senior year, I studied all about ancient India and their religion. Wow, chat. Wow, it was something else. It was something else. Because like basically I remember how they had all these different castes, they had all these different things. It was really epic, and this reminds me of that. So I did study about ancient India. Really intense. Okay, so the Varahamiriya specifies that installation and concentration of the sun images should be done by magas, or they call it, really it's magus. Al-Biruni mentions that the priests of the Sun Temple at Multan were Magas or Majas. The Majas had colonies in north part of India with the priests Kon Arak Martadana and other sun temples for comfort. Victor H. Mayer suggested that the Chinese shaman, witch, wizard, magician may originate as a loan word from Old Persian magus, magician, magi. Mayer reconstructs the Old Chinese mayag, the reconstruction of Old Chinese forms of somewhat speculative to the velar final G, the final G, in Maurice Miag is evident in the several Old Chinese reconstructions. Dong, Tangis, Zuha Fagus, and Li Fangus, but not all Berhard, Carl Greens, Emwo Axel, Schulessers. Okay, so that was some kind of side note what I just read. Mayer adduces the discovery of two figurines with unmistakably Caucasianoid or Europeanoid features dated to the 8th century BC, found in 1980 excavation by Zhou Dynasty Palace in Fufang County, Shanxi province. Shanxi, that's what I meant to say. Province. One of the figurines is marked on the top of the head with an incystograph. Marie's suggestion is based on a proposal by Zhao Zun, which connects the cross-patent bronzeware script Gelf for Wu with the same shape found in Neolithic West Asia, specifically cross-patent carved by the shoulder of the goddess figure Halaf period. So this is all over the world. Turning guns, I'll be in a position to caretake another family member soon. I'm just enjoying my life, time before I'm committed for the next few years. Just enjoying and also for you, good for you turning guns. Mom and dad are getting older. I probably will help them out. That is, as well as love them so much. Life goes fast. Yeah, so that's good turning guns in chat that y'all are helping people out and stuff. Said his dad passed, mother is still, he's on one who studied nursing and family, so I was gifted with a grandmother. She is awesome, unfortunately. What's next? Yeah, I understand. Yeah, exactly, next, worldwide. Yeah. NSC, you and TJ being here an alien ship is the Lord. Wow, TJ. So sorry to hear that. Right. So this is all about the Magi. So that's just like a big crash course about it. And we'll look at me not being on the screen. And we're about to fix that problem because I was out for a little bit. And here I am again. Let's see. And we're going to look at that. Okay. All right. And going here. Put that there. Not this. But that. This other thing. And we have chat right there. Okay, I didn't know I had all these windows open. Whoa. Okay. Alright, good. We're back. I had way too many windows open. And the game was still going. Yeah, so I fixed that problem. Alright. That's funny next. Water again. Alright, so these are the Magi. We're gonna load it or not? Okay. Okay, so let's see over here in this other area. Alright, because it was having a problem for a second, but I fixed it. I'm going to get rid of myself again. Self-deletion right here. Alright. Alright, so these are some pictures of the depictions from the Bible story. See, these are the wise men, the Persians, and they were seeing that Jesus was coming, was going to be born, so they're going to go there. And this one's another depiction of him. And as I said, it took them a little while to get there. And that's so interesting. Like, that's the star, and that's them. And that's them seeing that. And they brought the gifts to Christ. That's the one I showed earlier. Let's see. This one's a good one. That's another depiction of them going there. And let's see. The Magi are wise men who followed the star from the east to Bethlehem in search of the newborn king. Let's see, how far? Alright, chat. So, this is the mouse is being silly. Alright, it's going to come back. There we go. So the Magi, on today's map, the Babylon would be pretty close to Baghdad, Iraq. Alright, she says, listening while away from chat. Everyone have a blessed weekend. Alien, thank you for all the info and also that post. That posted in the chat. You're welcome. Next. Glad that you'll be listening while we do the rest of the stream. Moving on. On today's map, Babylon would be pretty close to Baghdad, Iraq. Baghdad, Iraq. Which means the Magi would have traveled more than 900 miles to meet Jesus. By the time they got to Jerusalem, they were looking for a child, not a baby, which implies that they had been traveling for a long time. Like I told you all before, that basically the Magi, it took them a little while to get there. Let's look at a little map. Alright, so this is Iraq. And you see Israel is all the way across the lands of Arabia, all the way to the Mediterranean Sea. So you see that arrow? That's like how far they had to travel by camels. That's where Baghdad is, where that arrow is. That's all they had to travel all that distance. So when you see the star they talk about they saw that when Jesus was born, but they didn't get there in 20 minutes. Like, driving down the street. I mean, even our modern age, we take a plane to fly somewhere, it would still take a little while, and they're traveling on foot with their camels. And I don't remember cars being named after camel speed. It's horse speed, but even a horse would take them a little while to get there. But that was a little bit of a joke. Yeah, so that's something to take into consideration about that. And it's a long ways. And that's them on their camels. Yeah, turning guns. Earlier, there was some other group I was talking to earlier, and they were saying that everybody was like saying about how they never like they had problems, or they were talking about the lost loved ones, and I never realized how much a somber time Christmas was because people lost loved ones and things like that. I'm not putting anybody down. I'm just saying that's something I just kind of just realized. But it is good to be, in my opinion, I think it is good to be thankful for the time that people had with their loved ones when they're alive. There's, half of my family, I never even saw them in person. So it's be thankful you got to meet your family in person. I never met my sister in person, ever. So I do think it's to remember the blessings that one does possess, because you would crave them if they weren't yours. My opinions about that. So, but I understand Christmas is ironically now a somber season for some people. Right. But we have this magi, and as I said, it didn't take 20 minutes to get there. It took them a little while, and that's them traveling on their camels. Yeah, so that's the depiction, and that's another depiction. Right on, turning guns. And it's good that you're telling us what's going on. We like to hear about it. All right, so this is, again, that's them going to his direction. As we go back in time, we see like these magi. Yeah, turning guns, good points. Thanks for sharing. All right, let's see. That's Jesus in the manger, the classic nativity. of him in Bethlehem in the manger. And also, as he says, it's good to get stuff off his chest a lot in himself and home and, well, got the doggies, but that's about it. Yeah, and it's good to talk to other people when something's bothering you. I think it's important for people to like help each other out, and this is a good platform. And a lot of YouTubers like will on other streams and stuff I'm on, people will talk about different things that's going on with them, and we have a nice community to talk to each other. So I think it's fine for people to say what's on their mind or what's bothering them. It's all good, and also my thoughts about the situation and my opinion. And also, I think that in with the subject, this is good to have with the yeah, that's the star. That's just it all in a nutshell. And this is another depiction of it. And this is another depiction of the wise men with when Jesus' birth. That one too. Oh, I like this one. This one's cute with the little animals. Like how the Lamb of God was sacrificed. They used to sacrifice animals back in the Old Testament, and symbolically Jesus is like one of the lambs or the goats that were to be sacrificed later. So it's interesting how he was in the manger, like one of the sheep. And it's called a nativity. Also, so this is a Christmas tree that we are talking about before, and also as you can see behind me, you have a lot of fake Christmas trees that are up all year round to kind of light up the room. But we have additional lights and stuff that come on at night. And also, what we have, so you have fake Christmas trees and real ones. All right, let's bring me back. All right, so Turning Guns says, when you actually forgive someone, do you need to forgive yourself until you get over it? Maybe so. Uh, it is important to forgive yourself if you feel you did something wrong. Yeah. And forgiving others, it helps like release the situation. And you, when you do that, like it takes the load off yourself. Kind of like baggage on an airplane or something. You want to travel light. And I think, in my opinion, being alive is a great privilege in itself. Many would envy being alive. And I think that, like people that have, like, because Christmas, people remember these things about their past loved ones and stuff. They would want you to be, happy and to not mourn them. They would be in a better place. And also, like, I like a quote, like a gem can't be polished without friction. That's something, helps me because I've been through things myself. And I think that pain and suffering can be used to, as fuel, as energy for something, for a passion or for something you want to do. So I think, like, it's like a fuel to the fire, and it could be used for something good too. Because God puts trials and tests across our path, or if people believe in the universe or karma or whatever people believe in, they don't believe in God. The trials that come across our path helps us make us stronger, and it's an opportunity to use that to create something great, in my opinion. And SC, none of us are perfect. We all are flawed, and we all fall into sin and fall into, or people, you know, say that don't believe we do mistakes. Humans just we fall short. That's what it really means. Both people can agree on humans fall short all the time. We're not perfect. And it's best to not beat up oneself and to make the change that's needed and to move forward. That is the best way to look at things. And the happiness of your life does depend on the quality of your thoughts. If one would know this, they would find strength, in my opinion. And I think, like, I'm thankful, like, there's people I used to talk to at this, like, from school and stuff. And, I had a girlfriend for a long time, and eventually it drifted away. But I am thankful for what I do have, which is all of you and family and things like that. Because on YouTube, I pursued my channel and I was on other live streams and stuff. And then I got the people from those live streams also look at my channel, like what we're witnessing right now. And like a lot of you came from different streams than I was on. So I was blessed after that with great things looking forward. So that's what, like, I'm thankful for this Christmas for all of you as we go into the new year. And also, I think like another thing about the crucifixion of Christ, that it was hinted in the Old Testament. In the Old Testament. And basically, when the Israelites, there is this, Moses had this staff, and this, I think it was a bronze serpent. Make sure I got this right, because this has to do with this thing. And there's Numbers depicts Moses saves his people from the snakes sent by God as a punishment for their lack of faith. The bronze serpent on the rod, whose mere contemplation is sufficient to cure anyone bitten by a snake, symbolizing his salvation. So a bronze serpent with on a piece of wood, and that is like something that terrified the people, and that was a way to cure them. Like Jesus on the cross mirrors that, because in the Bible you'll see a lot of things mirroring each other. Like I was talking about the Zoroastrians, how their thing mirrors our faith, and that's why they came over and were like, "What's up?" And also how we have the situation where the bronze serpent, like that's something that would frighten the people. That's what that thing was in the cross of Jesus, is something that nobody would want to go through. Like the story of Christ is really sad from like any kind of perspective, and that he's betrayed, handed over, and he didn't do anything wrong. It was just a mob mentality, and that's like what happened to him for our salvation. And that but in our modern age, his word and his influence spread all over the world, and is in different religions even. So Jesus made a great impact. That is a fact. It's something that is a thing. And that's what, because they talk about the bronze serpent in the Old Testament, and Jesus was on the cross. Like that's why I say that it's clearly in the Old Testament about Jesus. That was clearly there, even if they denied it. And we all have our own crosses to bear in our lives. And it's important to also to overcome it. Like here we have what I was talking about, like the bronze serpent and Jesus on the cross. It's synchronicity. It synchronizes with each other. And we see this depiction. That's how he got rid of like the snakes. And Moses was the one that led it, and Jesus is like the new Moses. And turning guns, thank you for saying that. I understand your point as well. And one time, like, when I was, uncertain about, why, like, my relationship didn't work out and things like that, it didn't make sense. And then, like, looking forward, it didn't make any sense, but looking back, it made sense. And that's when I started researching a lot of different, the Bible and other philosophers and things like that, too, like old wisdom. And something that stood out to me was that loss is nothing more than change, and change is nature's delight. Like it's all about how your perspective of things, and that a change can be something good, even if it looks bad off the bat. So that is another thing that happened. So if it wasn't for that incident, I don't know if I would have been so passionately encouraged to do all this research on these different philosophies and things. Because when you're in a peaceful state where there's nothing bad happening to you, it's like you don't grow. There's some plants that God made, and others that may not believe in that, just that were there, that just appeared there by evolution or whatever. And you have these plants that can only the seeds can only be there through fire. And if you want to shine like the sun, you have to first burn. And when you look at things through a different perspective, it for me at least, it change a lot of things because there's a path of hopelessness and a path of hope. And so yeah, if we just like lived in a place where everything was good all the time, there's never a bad thing, you never would grow, and perhaps it would get boring. And it's also a fallen world we live in too. It wasn't meant to be like this. This is a funny cartoon. All just my opinion, of course. As I told you before, they were a stiff-necked people, and the Israelites disobeyed God. They didn't have faith, and God sent them a bunch of snakes. And then God had mercy on these people and sent them the bronze serpent on a piece of wood, on a cross. And the Israelites, the Jews, would look at this and not understand that that's very similar to what Jesus did on the cross. But people have their own opinions about things. Hello, JS. Good to see you. And thank you for telling me about the game last time. So, what I'm doing now, JS, I talked about the Magi. Let's drink some water again. I talked about the Magi and that they're from Persia, and they're the ones that saw Jesus later on, not like right away, because it took them 900 miles to travel there. And we're talking about in the chat, and we're talking about some of mourning, certain things that happened. And earlier I was in some other chat, and they're mourning about things that happened. And so I didn't realize how somber the Christmas season was for some people. And I'm just giving some quotes from wise old sages from the past about a way to interpret situations and deal with things. And I'm also explaining about how there's a bronze serpent that Moses had to get rid of the snakes that God sent to punish the Israelites because they lacked faith. So God sent them a bunch of snakes to go and bite them. And that the bronze snake on the cross is mirroring the death of Jesus on the cross. Because God does synchronicities from the Old Testament and the New Testament. So that's what I was talking about. All right. Yes, JS, I debunked earlier that about Christmas being a pagan holiday. I debunked that earlier as well. I forgot to mention that, JS. That was very important. So earlier I was debunking about Christmas being a pagan holiday and that it's a Christian thing. And that just because, in this situation there is these Christian traditions that may have originated, perhaps some people may think originated from something else. It was taken away from that and used for a Christian purpose. So I did that earlier as well. Yeah, I forgot to mention that part. I'm trying to think if I forgot anything else I did. I talked about quite a bit. Thanks. Thanks, chat. Yes. Yes. Thanks. And also, as Moses affected us up a serpent, put up a serpent in the wilderness, so must the Son of Man be lifted. Okay, so as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, so must the Son of Man be lifted up. I did not talk about the origins of Santa. I could get into that. I so yeah, because he was Saint Nicholas. I could get into that. And also tonight, which Friday where I am, also like I'll have a repeat of this again for the people tomorrow. Let's see. Okay, SC says I talked a little bit about it. Okay, I don't. It wasn't on the top of my head, but okay. I'm gonna get into a little bit with this one, and tomorrow we'll talk more about the Saint Nicholas. We'll talk about it today and tomorrow, and have some Christmas stories to talk about tomorrow also, because I do the Friday and the Thursday and Friday streams. All right. Saint Nicholas of Myra, traditionally 15/270 to 6 December 343, also known as Nicholas of Barl, or Barlai, no, it's Barl, was an early Christian bishop of Greek descent from the maritime city of Myra in Asia Minor, modern day Demre, Turkey, during the time of the Roman Empire. Because of many miracles attributed to his intercession, he is also known as Nicholas of the Wonder Worker. Saint Nicholas is the patron saint of sailors, merchants, anchors, no, archers, I think. Yeah, archers. Archers, repentant thieves, children, brewers, pawnbrokers, unmarried people, and students in various cities and countries around Europe. Yeah, at JS, Saint Nick and his Saint Boniface are both interesting Christmas people. I agree. I'm not too sure about Boniface. I don't know much about him. If I'm saying that wrong, y'all let me know. And so basically, I agree it's very interesting. And there's a Germanic Eastern European name I'm related to that is called Wetzel, and it originates from an Eastern European saint called Vaclav, and it's like identical to the Santa Claus person, to Saint Nick, but like an Eastern European version of it. So like it's like German and Czechoslovakian. Now I do believe that some of stuff, like I said earlier, is commercialized. That's true. Yeah. And Nicholas the Wonder Worker. Saint Nicholas is the patron saint. Yeah, I said that. In Europe, his reputation involved among the pious as common for early Christian saints, and his legendary habits of secret gift giving gave rise to traditional model of Saint Claus, Saint Nick, through Sinterklaas. Yeah, earlier I was saying some like Santa Claus jokes. Some of my friends were saying earlier. I saved. Little is known about the historical Saint Nicholas. The earliest accounts of his life were written centuries after his death and probably contain legendary elaborations. He is said to have been born in the Greek seaports of Patra, Lycia. In Asia Minor, the 12th to minor to wealthy Christian parents. And JS says Saint Boniface cut down a pagan oak tree, part of the reason we do Christmas trees. Yep, that's. I was saying something to effect of that earlier, JS. Absolutely. And in one of the earliest assisted and most famous incidents from his life, he is said to have rescued 3 girls from being forced into prostitution. Wow. By dropping a sack of gold coins through the window of their house each night for 3 nights so their father could pay Dory. I don't even know what that is. A Dory is a payment such as a property or money paid to the bride's family, to the groom or his family at the time of marriage. Rari contrasts with the related concepts of bride price. Wow. For each of them, other earlier stories tell of him calming a storm at sea, saving 3 innocent soldiers from wrongfully being executed, chopping down a tree possessed by a demon, a demonic tree. Wow. In his youth, he is said to have made a pilgrimage to Egypt and Palestine. Shortly after his return, he became a bishop of Myria. He was later cast into a prison during the persecution of Diocletian, but was released after the accession of Constantine. An early list makes him an Athene at the First Council of Nicaea. Oh, I did not know that. In 325, but he is never mentioned in any writings by people who were at the council. Late unsubstantiated legends claim that he was temporarily deforked and imprisoned during the council for slapping the heretic Arius. Arius was a Presbyteriatic priest. Traditionally was claimed that Arius was the founder of the doctrine of Arianism, but more recently Rowan Williams stated Arius' role of Arianism was not the founder sect. So he found something. He found a section of that faith. Council of Nicaea was a council of Christian bishops convened into Bithynian city of Nicaea by the Roman Emperor Constantine I. And this is where Christianity started in Europe. A lot of people have this misconception. This is how it came to Europe. This is how it all started with us. And another famous late legend tells how he resurrected 3 children who had been murdered and pickled in brine by a butcher, planning to sell them as pork during a famine. Oh my goodness gracious. That is a struggle. Those are people think they got some hard times or they're scared of their boss or something. It's like in my opinion, this is hard times. This is the struggle right here. They're about to become struggle food. Fewer than 200 years after Nicholas's death, the St. Nicholas Church was built in Myria under the orders of Theudas II over the site of the church where he had served as bishop, and his remains were moved to a sarcophagus in that church. In 1087, while the Greek Christian inhabitations of the region were subjugated by the newly arrived Muslim Seljuk Turks, and soon after their church was declared to be in schism by the Catholic Church, a group of merchants from the Italian city of Bari, so it's Bari, not Beryl, like I thought. That didn't make any sense. They wouldn't use a word like that for that. Removed the major bones of Nicholas's skeleton from his sarcophagus in the church without authorization, and brought them to their hometown, where they are now enshrined in the Basilica di San Nicola. The remaining bone fragments from the sarcophagus were later removed by Venetian sailors and taken to Venice during the First Crusade. Okay, bless you, SE. Thank you for coming to this late night special, and see you tomorrow. Thank you for coming. Good night. Biographical sources. Very little at all is known about St. Nicholas' historical life. Any writings Nicholas himself may have produced have been lost, and he is not mentioned by any contemporary chroniclers. This is not surprising, since Nicholas lived during a turbulent time in Roman history. The earliest mentions of St. Nicholas indicate that by the 6th century, his following was already well established. Less than 200 years after St. Nicholas' probable death, Eastern Roman Emperor Theudas II, 401 to 450, ordered the building of the Church of St. Nicholas of Myria, which thereby preserves an early mention of his name. The Byzantine historian Procopius also mentions that Emperor Justinian I ruled 527 to 565, renovated churches of Constantinople, dedicated to St. Nicholas, St. Precious, which may have originally been built as early as 490. Nicholas's name also occurred as Nicholas of Myria of Lycia on the 10th line of list of attendees at the Council of Nicaea, recorded the historian Theodoret in his Historia, written sometime between 510 to 515. A single offhand mention of Nicholas of Myria also occurs in the biography of another saint, Saint Nicholas of Sion, who apparently look in the Nicholas to honor him. The life of Saint Nicholas Sion wrote around 250 years after Nicholas of Myria's death, briefly mentions Nicholas of Sion visiting Nicholas's tomb to pay homage to him. According to Jeremy Seal, the fact that Nicholas had a tomb that could be visited severs the almost solitarity definition of proof that he was a real historical figure. Well, Turning Guns, God bless you. Thank you for coming. Nice chatting with you, and hopefully see you tomorrow. And good luck with everything that you're doing. All right. In his treatise De Statu Enamorum Post Mortem, the theologian Euratius of Constantinople cites St. Nicholas of Myria's miracle of the three counts as evidence that sounds may work independent from the body. Euratius credits a lost life of St. Nicholas as his source. Nearly all the sources Euratius referred to date from the late 4th century to early 5th century indicate the life of St. Nicholas, to which he refers to probably writing during this time period, shortly after Nicholas's death. The earliest complete account of Nicholas's life is that he has survived at the present life. Is a life of St. Nicholas, written in early 9th century by Michael the Archimerdite, nearly 500 years after Nicholas's probable death. Despite its extremely late date, Michael the Archimedrite's life of St. Nicholas is believed to heavily rely on older written sources and oral traditions. The identity and reliability of these sources, however, remains uncertain. Catholic historian D.L. Ken and medievalist Charles W. Jones both consider Michael the Archimedrite's life the only account of St. Nicholas that is likely to contain any historical truth. Jonah Lendering, a Dutch historian of classical antiquity, notes that Michael the Archimedrite's life does not contain a conversion narrative, which was unusual for saints' lives of the period when it was written. He therefore argues that it is possible Michael the Archimedrite might have been relying on a source written before the conversation narratives became popular, which would be positive indication of that source's reliability. He notes that many of the stories recounted by Michael the Archimedrite closely resemble stories told by the 1st century A.D. Neo-Pythagorean philosopher Apollonius of Tyana, and the life of Apollonius of Tyana, an 8-volume biography of him written in the early 3rd century of the Greek writer Stratius. Christian storytellers were known to adapt older pagan legends to attribute to Christian saints, like J.S. and I were saying, as Apollonius' hometown Tyana was far from Myria, rendering contents that many popular stories about Afuenios may have become attached to Saint Nicholas. Family and background accounts of Saint Nicholas' life agree on essence of his story, but modern historians disagree regarding how much of this story is actually rooted in historical fact. Traditionally, Nicholas was born in the city of Patara, Lycia, a port in the Mediterranean Sea, Asian Minor in the Roman Empire, to a wealthy family of Greek Christians. According to some accounts, his parents were named Aphenius and Johanna, but according to others, they were named Theophanes and Nona. In some accounts, Nicholas' uncle was the bishop of the city of Myria, also in Lycia. Recognizing his nephew called Nicholas, uncle ordained him as a priest. So this is like the beginning of him. Generosity in travelers. After his parents died from an epidemic. Oh, oh my goodness, that's horrible. So his parents died from an epidemic. Nicholas is said to have distributed their wealth to poor in his most famous exploit, which is first attested in Michael the Archimandrite's Life of Saint Nicholas. Nicholas heard of a devout man who had once been wealthy but had lost all of his money due to the plotting and envy of Satan. Oh my. The man could not afford proper dowries for his 3 daughters. This meant that they would remain unmarried and probably in absence of any other possible employment, be forced to become prostitutes. Hearing of the girls' plight, Nicholas decided to help them, but being too modest to help the family in public or to save them the humiliation of accepting charity, he went to the house under the cover of night and threw a purse filled with gold coins through the window opening into the house. The father immediately arranged a marriage for his first daughter, and after her wedding, Nicholas threw a second bag of gold through some window late at night. According to Michael the Archimandrite's account, after the second daughter was married, the father stayed awake for at least 2 nights and caught St. Nicholas in the same acts of charity toward the third daughter. The father fell on his knees, thanking him, and Nicholas ordered him not to tell anyone about the gifts. The scene of Nicholas's secret gift giving is one of the most popular scenes in the Christian devotional art, appearing in the icons and frescoes from across Europe. Although depictions vary depending on the time and place, Nicholas is often shown wearing a cowl, while the daughters are typically shown in bed dressed in night clothes. Many renderings contain cypress tree or a cross-shaped cupola. Synchronicity right there, because I talk about cypress trees and the importance of cypress wood. There you go, synchronicity. Another thing about cypress trees, because it's like cypress is resistant to rot. That's a special thing about Cyprus. The historicity of this incident is disputed. Adam C. English argues for a historical kernel to the legend, noting stories earlier at tension, as well as the factor that no similar stories were told about any other Christian saints. Jonah Littering, who also argues for the story's authenticity, notes that a similar story is told in Philostrios, Life of Apollonius of Tyana, in which Apollonius gives money to an impoverished father, but posts the Michael and Archimedes account is markedly different. Philostrios does not mention the fate of the daughters from being sold into prostitution. He argues that this deserves to help women is the most characteristic. His desire to help women is most characteristic of 4th century Christianity due to the prominent role women play in early Christian movement, rather than the Greco-Roman paganism or the Christianity of Michael the Archimedes, time in the 9th century, by which the point position of women had drastically declined. Nicholas is also said to have visited the Holy Land. The ship was nearly destroyed by a terrible storm, but he rebuked the waves, causing the storm to subdue. This is what they're talking about, how he was good at calming the waves. And there's a psalm that God calms the seas and calms the waves. And also Jesus was known to calm the seas and the storms of the waves. So Jesus did something that the Psalms says that God does, and God gave him the ability to do that through his peace and his favor over him. And then, thus, Nicholas became ventured as a patron saint of sailors and travelers. While in Palestine, Nicholas is said to have lived in a crypt near Bethlehem, where the nativity of Jesus is believed to have taken place. Over the crypt where Nicholas is believed to have lived now stands the Church of St. Nicholas in Beit Jela, a Christian town where Nicholas is a patron saint. Alright, so this is the depiction from earlier, about when he saved the soldiers from being executed. After visiting the Holy Land, Nicholas returned to Myra. The bishop of Myra, who had succeeded Nicholas's uncle, had recently died, and the priests in the city had decided that the first priest to enter the church that morning would be made a bishop. Nicholas went to the church to pray, and he was therefore proclaimed the new bishop. He is said to have imprisoned and tortured during the great persecution under the Emperor Diocletian, ruled 284 to 305, but was released under the orders of Emperor Constantine the Great, 306 to 337. This story sounds plausible, but is not attested in the earliest sources and therefore unlikely to be historical. One of the earliest attested stories of Saint Nicholas is one in which he saves 3 innocent men from execution. According to Michael the Archimandrite, 3 innocent men were condemned to death by Governor Euthysius as they were about to be executed. Nicholas appeared, pushed the executioner's sword to the ground, released them from their chains, and angrily chastised a juror who had accepted a bribe. According to Jonah Ledering, the story directly parallels an earlier story in Philostrius' life of Apollonius of Tyana, in which Apollonius prevents the execution of a man falsely condemned of banditry. Michael of Archimandrite also tells a story in which the consul Abalibius accepted a bribe to put 3 famous generals to death. In spite of the actual innocence, St. Nicholas appeared to Constantine and Abalibius in dreams, informing Constantine of the truth and frightening Abalibius into realizing the generals of the fear of hell. Like my friend and I at school were saying, that the people that were crossing over illegally on the border, they should have the fear of God. The people that are doing like drug cartels and stuff, they should have the fear of God. And everybody in the class laughed at us. But you see, people in the past did things like this already. So it's, good to see that, Santa Claus really was a Chad with what he did. And to stop these people from being executed. That's really bold. You see how Christians, like some people say, like Christians are, soft and passive, but Christians were not like that. It's like, you see how they are, like this is how Christians were supposed to be throughout all time. Like, they weren't supposed to be the way some people are now. Like, we're living a weird time period, in my opinion. Later versions of the story are more elaborate, interweaving the 2 stories together. According to one version, Emperor Constantine sent 3 of his most trusted generals, named Ursos, Nepotenios, and Lion, to put down a rebellion in Phrygia. However, a storm forced them to take refuge in Myra, unbeknownst to the generals who were in the harbor. Their soldiers further inland were fighting with local merchants and engaged in looting and destruction. Nicholas confronted the generals for allowing their soldiers misbehave. The generals brought an end to looting immediately after the soldiers had returned their ships. Nicholas heard word of the 3 innocent men about to be executed, and the 3 generals aimed him in stopping the execution. Euthysius attempted to flee on his horse, but Nicholas stopped his horse and chastised him from his corruption. Euthysius, under the threat of being reportedly directed to the emperor, repented of his corrupt ways. Afterward, generals succeeded in ending the rebellion and were promoted by Constantine to even higher status. Generals' enemies, however, slandered them to Consul Abalibius, telling him that they had not really put down the revolt, but instead encouraged their own soldiers to join it. general's enemies also bribed Blybius and had the three generals imprisoned. Nicholas then made his dream appearance, and three generals were set free. So, wow, we could see the work of God working through St. Nicholas. Moving on to the Council of Nicaea. While I drink some water. In 325, Nicholas is said to have attended the First Council of Nicaea, where he is said to have been a staunch opponent of Arianism. And I know what this is. It's like a Christianology doctrine considered heretical by mainstream branches of Christianity. It is first attributed to Arius, a Christian presbyter who preached and studied Alexandria, Egypt, that Jesus Christ is Son of God, who's the only begotten Son. Alright, so it's some other form of Christianity that's seen as a heresy, and devoted supporter of the Trinitarianism. So he supported the idea of the Trinity. And one of the bishops who signed the Nicene Creed, Nicholas' attendance the Council of Nicaea is attested early by Theodore the Lector's list of attendees, which records him as the 151st attendee. However, he is conspicuously never mentioned by Athenæus of Alexandria, the foremost defender of Trinitarianism, as the council who knew all the notable bishops, the period nor the mentioned by historians ASSV, who is also present at the council. Adam C. English notes that the lists of attendees at Nicaea vary considerably, with shorter lists only including roughly 20 names, but longer lists include around 300. St. Nicholas' name only appears on the longer lists nor the shorter ones. Nicholas' name appears on a totally 3 early lists, of which Theodore the Lector is generally considered to be the most accurate. According to Jonah Lendering, there are 2 main possibilities. Nicholas did not attend the Council of Nicaea, but someone at an early date was baffled that his name was not listed, and so added him on the list. Many scholars tend to favor this explanation. Nicholas did attend the Council of Nicaea, but at an early date, someone decided to remove his name from the list, apparently deciding that it was better if no remembered he had been there. Yes, Delight. That is where the Christian doctrines were established. And so the situation is that, and hello Delight, good to see you. So basically, with this situation, they're not sure if he was there or he was not there. So we're talking about St. Nicholas, and if St. Nicholas was there or if he wasn't there. And either Nicholas did not attend the Council of Nicaea, or Nicholas did attend the Council of Nicaea, but at an early date, someone decided to remove his name from the list, apparently deciding it was better if no one remembered that he was there. A later legend, first attested in the 4th century, over 1,000 years after Nicholas's death, holds that during the Council of Nicaea, Nicholas lost his temper and slapped a certain Arian across the face. Yeah, because Santa Claus got angry. On one account, this Constantine revoked Nicholas's Meteor and Pallium. Stephen D. Gradanius concludes that because of his story's late attestation, it has no historical value. Jonah Lendering, however, defends the veracity and historicity of the incident, arguing as it was embarrassing that reflects poorly on Nicholas's reputation. It is unexplainable explicable why latter hagiographers would have invented it. Later versions of the legend embellished it, making the heretic Arius himself and having Nicholas punch him rather than merely slapping him with his open hand. This version of the story, Nicholas is also imprisoned, but Christ and the Virgin Mary appear to him in his cell. He tells them he is imprisoned for loving you, and they free him from his chains and restore his vestments. The scenes of Nicholas slapping Arius is celebrated in Eastern Orthodox icons and episodes of Saint Nicholas at Nicaea and shown in a series of paintings from 1660s. I did not know he slapped somebody. Alright, gonna drink some water again. Other reputed miracles. One story tells how during the terrible famine, a miraculous butcher lured 3 little children into his house where he killed them, placing their remains. Graphic warning for chat. Graphic warning. When I saw this picture, I knew it was probably graphic. Alright, so viewer discretion is advised. Lured 3 little children into his house where he killed them, placing their remains in a barrel to cure, planning, and sell them off as ham. Nicholas, visiting the region to care for the hungry, saw through the butcher's lies and resurrected the pickled children by making the sign of the cross. Jonah Lendering opines, opines that the story is without historical value. Adam St. English notes that the story of resurrection of the pickled children is late medieval addition to the legendary biography of St. Nicholas, and that is not found in any of the earliest lives. Although the story seems bizarre and horrifying to modern audiences, it was tremendously popular throughout the late Middle Ages, the early modern period, and widely beloved by ordinary folk. It is depicted in stained glass windows, wood panel paintings, tapestries, and frescoes. Eventually, the scene became widely reproduced that rather than showing the whole scene, artists began merely depicted Saint Nicholas with 3 naked children and a wooden barrel at his feet. No. So I remember I read about this in the first part of this earlier, and you'll see in the whole story. I mean, that's really horrible, and that's good that he did that, and it would make sense why he, Santa Claus, Saint Nick, helps the children, why he gives them gifts and stuff, because the real Saint Nicholas was a very giving person. According to anguish. Eventually, people who had forgotten or never learned the story began misinterpreting representations of it. The story began misrepresenting representations of it. The Saint Nicholas was shown with children, led people to conclude he was a patron saint of the children. Meanwhile, the fact that he was shown with a burial led to people conclude that he was patron saint of brewers. And Delight says, all those clothes you see, the bishops, priests, and popes, came from Constantine's court. Ah, that makes sense, Delight. Thank you for sharing that. I don't think I... Yeah, I don't know if I really knew that. According to another story, during a great famine that Myria experienced in the 311 to 312, a ship was at the port of the anchor loaded with wheat, and the emperor in Constantinople, Nicholas, invited the sailors. They're invented before he was there. Invited the sailors to unload part of the wheat to help in time of need. The sailors at first disliked the requests because of the wheat had to be weighed accurately and delivered to the emperor. Only when Nicholas promised them they would not suffer and lose their consideration did the sailors agree. When they arrived later in the capital, they made surprising find. The weight of the load had not charged, although wheat removed in Myra was enough for 2 full years and could even be used for sowing. Relics. Gimile. It has long been traditionally assumed that St. Nicholas was originally buried in his hometown of Myra, where his relics are later known to have been kept, but some recent archaeological evidence indicates that St. Nicholas may have originally been entombed in a rock-cut church located at the highest point on the small Turkish island of Gimile, only 20 miles away from his birthplace of Patera. Nicholas's name painted on part of the ruined buildings in Antiquity. The island was known as St. Nicholas Island, and today it is known as the Turkish Gimiller Adisai, meaning Saint Island of Boats, and reference to St. Nicholas' traditional roles as the patron saint of seafarers, not seafarers. That's something new. I made up, I guess. The church was built on the 4th century around the time of Nicholas' death, and is typical of saints' shrines from the time period of Nicholas. Was the only major saint associated with a part of Turkey. The church where historians believed he was originally entombed was the western end of the great processional way. So that's interesting. That's interesting about St. Nicholas. In the mid 7th century, Gimile was vulnerable to attack by Arab fleets, so Nicholas's remains appear to have been moved from the island of the city of Myra, where Nicholas have served as a bishop for most of his life. Myra, located roughly 40 kilometers east of Gimile, or Gimile, not too sure. And his location further inland made it safer from the seafaring Arab forces. It is said that Myra, The relics of St. Nicholas each year excluded a clear, watery liquid which smelled like rose water called manna or mirth, which was believed to be the faithful process of miraculous power, as it was widely known that all Nicholas's relics were myrrha and sealed sarcophagus. It was during this period for foragers of relics to claim the process of those belonging to St. Nicholas. A Solomon bronze statue of the saint by Russian sculptor Gregory Potosky was donated by the Russian government in 2000 and was given to prominent place in the square for fronting the medieval church of St. Nicholas in 2005. Mayor Suleiman Topku had the statue replaced by a red-suited plastic Santa Claus statue because he wanted an image more recognizable to the foreign visitors. Protests from the Russian government against this were successful and the bronze statue was returned, albeit without original high pedestal, to corner near the church. Yeah. On 2008, no, not 2008, on 28 December 2009, the Turkish government announced it would be formally requesting the return of St. Nicholas's skeletal remains to Turkey from the Italian government. Turkish authorities asserted that Nicholas himself desired to be buried at his episcopal town and that his remains were illegally removed from his homeland. In 2017, an archaeological survey at St. Nicholas Church de Murray was reported to have found a temple below the modern church, with excavation work to be done will allow researchers to determine whether it still holds Nicholas's body. Oh wow. After the Battle of Ban Sikert in 1071, the Byzantine Empire temporarily lost control over most of the Asian Minor. Yeah. To the invading Seljuk Turks. And so Greek Christians of Myra became subjects to the Turks. At the same time, the Catholic Church in the West had declared in 1054 that the Greek Church of the official Church of Byzantine Empire was in schism. Because of many wars in regions, some Christians were concerned that the access to the tomb might become difficult. I didn't know all this about St. Nicholas's body. It's like, it's mobile. It gets around a lot. Taking advantage of the confusion and loss by the Greek Christian community of Myra of its Byzantine imperial protection, in the spring of 1087, Italian sailor from Bari in Apulia seized part of the remains and the saints from his burial church in Myra over the objections of the Greek Orthodox monks in the church. Adam C. English describes the removal of the relics from Mira as essentially a holy robbery, and notes that the thieves were not only afraid of being caught or chased after by the locals, but also power of Saint Nicholas himself. Returning to returning Bari. St. Nicholas himself returning to Bari. They brought the remains with them and carried from them. The remains arrived on 9 May 1087. 2 years later, Pope Urban II inaugurated a new church, the Basilica di San Nicola, to St. Nicholas in Bari. The Pope himself personally placed Nicholas's relics into the tomb beneath the altar of the new church. I see what you're saying, Delight. There's all kinds of craziness that surrounds Constantine, she says. And the further reading. The removal of St. Nicholas's relics from Mira and their arrival in the Bari is reliably recorded by the multiple chroniclers, including the Odoric Vitals. And on May 9, continued to be celebrated every year by Western Christians as the day of Nicholas's translation. Eastern Orthodox Christians and the Turks had been long regarded the unauthorized removal of the relics of Mira as blatant theft. But the Pope of Bari had instead maintained that it was rescue mission to save the bones from the Turkish invaders. A legend shown in the ceiling of Basilica di San Nicola holds that Nicholas once visited Bari and predicted that his bones would one day rest there. Prior to the transition of Nicholas' relics to Bari, his following had been known in Western Europe, but it had not been extremely popular. In autumn of 1096, Norman and Frankish soldiers mustered in the Bari preparation for the First Crusade. Although the Crusaders generally favored warrior saints, which St. Nicholas was not, the presence of his relics in Bari made him materially accessible. Nicholas' associations with adding travelers and seafarers also made him a popular choice for veneration. Nicholas's veneration by Crusaders helped promote his following throughout Western Europe. After the relics were brought to Bari, they continued to produce mirth. Much of the joy of their new owners, vials of mirth from his relics have been taken all over the world for centuries and can still be obtained from his church in Bari. Even up to the present day, a flask of manna is extracted from the tomb of St. Nicholas every year on 6 December, the saint's feast day, by clergy of the Basilica. The mirth is collected from sarcophagus, which is located in the Basilica vault and could be obtained in the shop nearby. The liquid gradually seeps out of the tomb, but is unclear whether it originates from the body within the tomb or from the marble itself. since the town of Barai is a harbor of the tomb below sea. But below sea level, and they have been several natural explanations proposed for the mana fluid, including the transfer of seawater, the tomb by capillary action. I like how this really goes in depth about what his corpse has been up to. I didn't know it was this much in depth about it. In 1966, a vault in the crypt underneath the Basilica di San Nicola was dedicated as an Orthodox chapel with an iconostasis in commemoration in the recent lifting of the anathemas of the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches had against each during the Great Schism, because there is these schisms going on with the Eastern Orthodox and with the Catholics. In May 2017, following talks between Pope Francis and the Russian Orthodox Patriarch Kirill, I'm probably saying that wrong, a portion of the relics of St. Nicholas and Barai were sent on loan to Moscow. The relic was on display for veneration of the Christ the Savior Cathedral before being taken to St. Petersburg in mid-June. Prior to returning Barai, more than 1 million people lined up in Moscow for momentary glimpse of the glided ark holding the saint's ribs. Wow. So he's touring. Venice. The sailors from Barai took only the main bones of Nicholas's skeleton, leaving all the minor fragments in the grave. The city of Venice had an interest in obtaining the remaining fragments of the skeleton in 1044. They dedicated the San Niccolò al Lido monastery basilica to him in the north end of the Lido di Venezia. According to the single chronicle written by an anonymous monk, the monastery in 1100, a fleet of Venetine ships, accompanied by Bishop Hernai, sailed past Myra on their way to Palestine for the first crusade. Bishop Hernai insisted the fleet turn back and set anchor to Myra. The Venetians took remaining bones of Saint Nicholas, as well as those of several of the other bishops of Myra, from the church there, which was only guarded by 4 Orthodox monks, and brought them to Venice, where they deposited them from San Niccolò al Lido. This tradition was lent credence to the scientific investigation of the relics in Barai, Venice, which confirmed that the relics in the two cities are anatomically compatible and may belong to the same person. It is said someone dies every time the bones of St. Nicholas in Venice are disturbed. The last time the bones were examined was 1992. Wow. Yeah, I didn't know any of this. He has a tomb in Ireland too? Didn't know that. Because of Nicholas's skeleton's long confinement in Mira, after it was brought to Barai, they demanded of a piece of its rose. Small bones quickly began to disperse across Western Europe. The sailors who had transported the bones gave one tooth and two fragment chips from Nicholas's sarcophagus to Norman King William Pentulf took these relics to his hometown in Noron in Normandy, where they were placed in the local church of St. Peter in 1092. In 1096, the Duke at Puglia gave several bones of St. Nicholas to the court of Flanders, which he then enshrined in the Abbey of Weyton. According to legend, in 101, Saint Nicholas appeared in a vision to the French clerk visiting the shrine at Barai and told him to take one of his bones with him to his hometown in Port, near Nancy. This clerk took a finger bone back with him to Port, where a chapel was built to St. Nicholas. Port became an important center devotion in the following Nicholas. In the 15th century, a church known as the Basque St. Nicholas, Balsique St. Nicholas, rather, was built there, dedicated to him. The town itself is not known as St. Nicholas de Port in honor of Nicholas. And on the right, you see St. Nicholas's tomb in Ireland. The clergy at Barai strategically gave away samples of Nicholas's bones to promote the following and enhance prestige. Many of these bones were initially kept in Constantinople, but after the sack of Constantinople in 1204, the Fourth Crusade, these fragments were scattered across Western Europe. A hand claimed to belong to Saint Nicholas was kept in San Nicola in Curre, Rome. This church was name means Saint Nicholas in Chains, was built on the site of a former municipal prison. Stories quickly developed about Nicholas himself having been held in the prison. Mothers would come to the church to pray to St. Nicholas for their jailed sons to be released, and repentant criminals would place votive offerings in the church. As a result of his, Nicholas became the patron saint of prisoners and those falsely accused of crimes. And an index finger claims to be St. Nicholas was kept in the chapel along Ostinian Way in Rome. Another finger was held in Ventimiglia in Liguria. Today, many churches in Europe and across the United States claim to possess small relics such as a tooth or a finger or bone. An Irish tradition states that the relics of St. Nicholas are also reputed to have been stolen in Mira by local Norman crusading knights in the 12th century, buried near Thomastown, County Kilkenny, where stone slabs marks the site, locally to believe his grave. According to the Irish antiquarian John Hunt, the tomb probably actually belongs to local priest Ger Point Abbey. Whereas the devotional importance of the relics and economics associated with pilgrims caused the remains of most of the saints to be divided up and spread over the numerous churches in several countries, and Saint Nicholas is unusual, and the most of his bones have been preserved in one of the spot of his grave, the crypt in Bari. Even with the allegedly continuing miracle of the manna, the Archdiocese of Bari had allowed for one scientific survey of the bones in late 50s. While the crypt was undergoing much needed restoration, the bones were removed from the first time since their interment. In 1089, a special pontifical commission permitted Luigi Martino, a professor at the Human Anatomy at the University of Bari, to examine the bones. Under the commission's supervisions, Martino took thousands of measurements, detailed scientific drawings, photographs, and x-rays. These examinations revealed the saint had died at over 17 years of age, and to have been an average height of a slender to average build. He also suffered from several chronic arthritis as a spine and pelvis. In 2004, University of Manchester, researchers Caroline Wickelson and Franco Intrana reconstructed the saint's face based on Martino's examination of the review of the data revealed that the historical St. Nicholas was 5 feet 6 inches in height and had a broken nose which had partially healed, revealing that the injury had been suffered from antemortem. The broken nose appeared to confirm with the hagiographical reports that St. Nicholas had been beaten and tortured during the Diocletianic persecution. The facial reconstruction was produced by Caroline Wilkinson, the University of Manchester, and was shown on the BBC Two TV program The Real Face of Santa. In 2014, the face of Liverpool John Moores University produced an updated reconstruction of St. Nicholas's face. And that's the depiction of him from the Russian icon. In 2017, two researchers from Oxford University, Professor Tom Higham and Dr. Georges Kazan, radiocarbon dated a fragment of the pelvis claimed to belong to St. Nicholas. The fragment originally came from a church in Lyon, France, and at the time of testing was possession of Father Dennis O'Neill, a priest from St. Martha of Benethie Church in Illinois. The result of the radiocarbon dating confirmed that the pelvis date 4th century AD, around the same time St. Nicholas would have died. It is not a medieval forgery. The bone was one of the oldest Oxford team had ever examined. So it's interesting. There were medieval forgeries of his corpse. Wow. According to the professor Hagham, most of the relics the team had examined turned out to be recent to have actually belonged to the saint to whom they attributed, but he states this bone fragment, in contrast, suggests that we could possibly be looking at a remains from St. Nicholas himself. Kazan believes the pelvis fragments may come from the same individual, the skeleton divided between churches in Bari and Venice, since the bone they tested comes from the left pubis, the only pelvis bone in connection to Bari, the left ilium. In the absence of DNA testing, however, it is not yet possible to know for certain whether the pelvis is from the same man. Well, that's really a deep analysis of the situation. What happened? Among Greeks and Italians, he is favored of sailors, fishermen, and ships, and sailing. As a result of over time, he had become a patron saint of several cities which maintain harbors and centuries of Greek folklore. Nicholas was seen as Lord of the Sea, often described by modern Greek scholars as a kind of Christianized version of Poseidon. In modern Greece, he is still easily among the most recognizable saints, and the 6th of December finds many cities celebrating their patron saint. He is also the patron saint of all of Greece, particularly Hellenic Navy. In the Eastern Orthodox Church, Saint Nicholas' memory is celebrated in almost every Thursday of the year, together with the apostles, with special hymns to him, which are found in the liturgical book known as the O to Echoes. Soon after the transfer of Saint Nicholas, relics from the Mira to Bari, an East Slavic version of the life, and an ancient of the transfer of the relics were written by a complementary of this event. Devotional acathesias and canons have been composed of his honor and are frequently chanted by the faithful as they ask for intercession. He is mentioned in the liturgy of preparation during the Divine Liturgy, Eastern Orthodox Eucharist, and during the all-night vigil. Many Orthodox churches will have his icon, even are not named after him. The Oriental Orthodoxy and the Coptic Church observes the departure of St. Nicholas in the 10 Caliph of the Ethiopia, which corresponds with Julian calendar 6 December and Gregorian calendar 19 December. Nicholas had a reputation for secret gift giving, such as putting coins in the shoes of those who left them out for him, a practice celebrated at his feast day on the 6th of December. For those who still observe the Julian calendar, the celebration currently takes place 13 days later than it happens in the Gregorian calendar and the revised Julian calendar. In Serbia, the most common Slava annual ceremony veneration of the family's patron saint, and Saint Nicholas's day celebration on 19 December. On Monaco, the Cathedral of Our Lady Immaculate was built in 1874 on the site of St. Nicholas Church, founded in 1252. A children's mass is still held on the 6th of December in the cathedral. In late medieval England, on St. Nicholas Day, parishes held Christmastide boy bishop celebrations. As part of the celebration, youths performed the functions of priests, and bishops exercise rule over their elders. Today, St. Nicholas is still celebrated as a great gift giver in several Western European, Central European countries. In medieval times, Christian nuns in Belgium and France began to, despite baskets of food, clothes, and anonymously at the doorstep of the needy, which gave rise to the practice of gift giving the St. Nicholas Day. I didn't know that. That's how it started. According to another source, on 6 December, every sailor or ex-sailor in the Low Countries, which at that time was virtually all male population, would descend to the harbor towns to participate in a church celebration for their patron saint. On the way back, they would stop on the various Nicholas fairs to buy some hard-to-come-by goods, gifts to loved ones, and invariably some little presents for their children. While the gifts would only presented at Christmas, the little presents for the children were given right away, courtesy of St. Nicholas. This miracle of him resurrecting the 3 butchered children made St. Nicholas a patron saint of children, and the latter students as well. The custom giving gifts on St. Nicholas Day is popular in various parts of the Christendom, with a popular tradition including children placing their shoes in the foyer for St. Nicholas to deliver presents therein. Santa Claus evolved from the Dutch traditions regarding St. Nicholas, Sinterklaas, when the Dutch established the colony of New Amsterdam. They brought the legend and traditions in Sinterklaas with them. Howard G. Hargiman of New Brunswick Theological Seminary maintains that tradition of celebrating Sinterklaas in New York existed early settlements of the Hudson Valley, although by the early 19th century it had fallen by the way. St. Nicholas Park, located intersection of St. Nicholas Avenue, the 127th Street, in an area originally settled by the Dutch farmers, is named for St. Nicholas of Myra. Nicholas is honored in the calendar of saints in the Lutheran churches as well as the Church of England and the Episcopal Church on December the 6th. Eastern Orthodox feast in May 9th transitioned the relics of St. Nicholas to woodworkers from Myra Burai 1087. 10 May, passage of the relics, St. Nicholas of the woodworkers through the island of Zykontheos, which they were in Barai. May 20, arrival of the relics. 29 July, nativity of St. Nicholas and the woodworker. Movable holiday on a Sunday between 16 to 22 of August. 22 September, Synaxis of all saints of Tula, from the protection of Tula from the invasion of Crimean Khan in de Voltgray, 1552, December 6, commemoration of his death. Alright, moving on. Iconograph. Saint Nicholas is a popular subject portrayed in countless Eastern Orthodox icons, particularly in Russia and Siberian ones. He is depicted as an Orthodox bishop wearing the Orpheon, holding the Gospel book. Sometimes he is depicted wearing the Eastern Orthodox Mature. Like what the light said, that it originated from the Council of Nicaea. Sometimes he is bareheaded. Iconographically, Nicholas is depicted as an elderly man with a short, full, white, fluffy beard, balding head, in commemoration of the miracle attributed to him by the traditional Council of Nicaea. Just as she said. He is sometimes depicted with Christ over his left shoulder, holding out a gospel book to him, and the Theotokos over his right shoulder, holding Omophryon, because of his patronage of mariners, his patronage of mariners. Occasionally, St. Nicholas will be shown standing in a boat or rescuing a drowning sailors. Medieval chants, polyphony images of the cover of the Book of Hours of the Duke Beret. 1410. In depictions of St. Nicholas from Bari, he is usually shown as a dark-skinned man, probably to emphasize he is of foreign origin. The emphasis of his foreignness may have been intended to enhance Bari's reputation, displaying that it had attracted patronage of saint from far-off country. In Roman Catholic iconography, St. Nicholas is depicted as a bishop wearing the insignia as dignity, bishop, vestments, and murray. In Kronzer, the episode The Three Drowsers is commemorated by showing him holding in his hand either 3 purses, 3 coins, or 3 balls of gold, depending on whether he is depicted as a patron saint of the children or sailors. This image will be completed by the background showing ships, children, or other figures climbing out of a wood barrel. The 3 slaughtered children he resurrected. In a strange twist, the 3 gold bowls, referring to the Drari affair and sometimes metaphorically interpreted as being oranges or other fruits. As the Low Countries in medieval times, oranges most frequently came from Spain. This led to the belief that the saint lives in Spain and comes to visit every winter, bringing them oranges, other wintry fruits, and tales of magical creatures. Music. In 1948, Benjamin Burton completed Canta St. Nicholas on the text of Eric Crozier, where he covers Saint's legendary life, dramatic sequence of events. A tenor soloists appear as St. Nicholas with a mixed boys, singers, strings, and piano. Duet, organ, precision. All right, so that was a winded explanation about St. Nicholas. It lasted like an hour. And basically, and that's a Christmas tree and some presents. That's an example of that. I like real Christmas trees. We have fake ones, but I also like the real ones too. And also, what I like is, talking about this and, like Santa Claus, like, which was what St. Nicholas was based off of. Like, let's see, painting. So you have, this is the depiction of Saint Nicholas, giving the presents because that's what the custom came from. Hmm. Yeah. Yes, delight. Yes. Yeah, he's a Turk. We depict him as like a European person. Like, we depict him like that, but he was really from Turkey. Yeah. Although Turkey is Caucasian, we don't know if he was dark complected or light complected though. He still could have been light complected because some Arabs are white looking. Yes, the light, it is a big country. So we don't know what he looked like. He still could have been similar looking to that. We don't know. And also, the light, earlier I was talking about the Magi. They originated from they were from Persia, and there were Zoroastrians, which is a religion that taught similar things to like what Judaism at that time, the ancient Israelites believed in, about the Messiah and stuff. And it took them a very long time to get there. It didn't happen all in one day, like what we would think, the way it's depicted. Right, Delight. Exactly. Yeah, because they're Mediterranean like the Spaniards. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That he still probably was, you know, light looking, but we don't really wouldn't know for sure. So Zoroastrians from Persia, these are the people that where the Magi came from. These are some icons of St. Nicholas. Yeah, so these are some of his icons, and I'm glad that you pointed that out, Delight. I remember, like, my friend was telling me about that back in the past, and I learned something new from that. From, like, learned that from when I was younger about that. Like, what the different people over there look like. How there's different, variations. Yes, they do look like tarot cards. And I didn't think of that. Yeah, so in this is like the Greek, the Orthodox Church. That's like their depiction. And they'll have icons of Christ and different things like that. And this is a depiction of him with the like Santa Claus look. These are other ones. So yeah, so that's like they have depictions of Christ like that. Like some of the Catholic Bibles will have depictions of, let's see, Christ icon. Like this is like the Jesus icon, and he'll have like some of the Catholic ones depict him like that on some of the Catholic Bibles, and he will. So that's like the Rome, no, not the Rome, the Greek icons. Like they have icons of the Tsar of Russia that was killed in the revolution. So you can pull that one up. It's like a kind of like a political thing they did. Yeah, so this is some icons of the last Tsar of Russia from the Russian Orthodox Church. Him and his family were all killed in that. Revolution. And that. Like, they depict him as a martyr. I think that's the family. I think something like that. No, that just has something. That's something else. But yeah, so that's the like the Orthodox Church will have these martyrs. Another thing, the Orthodox have interesting candles. It's all made out of beeswax. In the Orthodox Church, they'll have these like candles by their icons. Very interesting. And there's like a schism between this church and the Western Church. There seems to be some schisms in general with the West and the East Europe. With pretty much a lot of things. It's Christ, the crucifix. There's another depiction of Christ by the Orthodox. The Fourth Crusade. All right. Yeah, so there, and then like you see that the women are like wearing wearing the stuff on their head. Yeah, that's a woman. She's wearing the like in the Catholic Church they do that. They used to do that. They cover their heads. Yeah, they do love their candles. Exactly. Yeah. And yeah, they have that. That's an icon. And this is beeswax. I like candles too. But yeah, they really do like their candles. So it's like beeswax. And that must smell great. Yeah, that really must smell great in there. Because like the incense, like church incense is very interesting. So this is something else. So this is a couple of the candles, and this is a tabernacle type thing, or something like that. I know what a tabernacle is, but that if that's like a thing you burn. This is another thing you burn incense in, like frankincense and myrrh, like Jesus had, and that like someone could get that and put it in their house or in their home or something, and like that's like an incense thing that like sits there on a table. So besides the candles, they also like the incense. What's it called? It's an incense. It's an incense thing. That's what it is. That's what it is. An incense burner. It's a Orthodox. Now this is a big one. Like this is like the incense things they have. That's what it's a pretty big one. And like the different like churches will have that. So like this is an example of like a Byzantine incense burner. They have like Catholic ones or Lutheran ones. Yes, Delight. I didn't know that. Thank you for sharing that. Let's see. So yeah, so that's an example. Like you put it on a table and you put the frankincense in there and you light it up with a lighter, and the incense comes out like a church. This is a big one, like you would have at a church right here. And Delight says the candles and the incense came from the Constantine's court. They burned frankincense and myrrh. Thank you. Yeah. And back then they didn't have electricity like we do now. So like that's another reason why they had candles. And also I think a lot of the Christians when they were hiding from the Romans cuz the Christianity was banned, they like hid in secret and they had candles. That's another explanation too, I think, in my opinion. And I remember I was at a church. I was at the one of the churches around here, and yeah, the one over there, St. James, and they had that. It's a thing like this, and they would go back and forth with it. Yeah, it does smell really good. And yes, delayed facts. Yeah, this is another example. This is another example of some things people like use, and that stuff's really really cool. I like this. I like this stuff. I have some. I don't like light. I haven't. I don't light them, but like I have candles from the if the church. It's the Catholic one. I have like these blue candles and some stuff from the store, and let's see. And I have also so those are the candle wise. That's what I would have from that, and I have a candelibrium from people I used to know down the street, and I have Bibles from the Protestant and Catholic ones. So I have like a mixture of the different denominations. Hello, next. Again, glad to see you. And yeah, so this is from the Orthodox Church, some of the stuff that they have, and also the Catholics use it sometimes, and the Lutherans, and the Church of England. Yes, the light. I knew that because I like plants and growing things, and Delight says frankincense and myrrh comes are resins they get from trees. Yep. This is another one, and yeah, that's good. And you see, like, I do agree, like, being Bible, like, reading the Bible and stuff like that. I think it's really good. But I do also think these things are interesting too. This part of the church is interesting too. And also, we have so that these things you see those white things they'll put them inside that and they would take and light it up and you'd have the frankincense burning. Like here's a picture of it burning. Hello, Mary, again. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are just like in chat, like lurking. It's called lurking. And also we have here, and that's something they'll burn, and that is how you do it. And also, I study things about the Hindu and like Buddhist religions also, and they have an incense thing for their different rituals they do, and like it's like a I'll show you in a moment. It's like a piece of wood with the incense stick is like a line, and they burn it. That's how theirs work, and the European one. This is how ours work over here in Europe. Of course, they're different religions, of course, but ours is very different than the Eastern religions. That's sweet of you. Next, she says, back to housework, but loving the infos. Wanted to see your post. Delight. Marry me too. Yeah. And here's another depiction of the incense, the frankincense. How that's what it looks like before it's burned. It's so fascinating. Yeah, she has a Buddhist one. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. And also, and the Buddhist ones, they have something. Yeah, so this is like the Buddhist ones. Now, what I was thinking of this thing they have, it's like this like piece of wood, and it's like projecting out of the piece of wood is the incense stick, and it burns. That's what I was talking about, but it's clear that they also obviously have something similar to what we were looking at previously a moment ago, where you have this incense burner, similar to the other one, but an Asian version of it. And I'd say this one has a very strong resemblance to the ones from the Christian churches. You look at this one. Wow, that is so interesting. Very very interesting design, and I know about the meditations and stuff. So that's also something very interesting in their faith, and you have one like that. The one with the wood. Yes, yes. Okay. Yeah, this one. Yeah, you have one like that. So basically, the line says the one with the wood. That's the kind she has. Yeah, that's the one that I was seeing. Like when I was looking up the incense sticks and stuff, because they were correlated with certain chakras. It was interesting to study that. So that's the kind of like incense that I was seeing. But it was interesting to see that they had the similar concept to like what the Europeans have. And Mary says, "I love the incense at church. It can be overwhelming." Oh yeah, I agree. It can be overwhelming, and I like it too. I enjoyed it as well. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's very cool, Delight. And page was not moving. Now it's moving, and yeah, that one's very interesting looking. Very interesting. And then we have this one right here, and it's like a Buddhist incense burner, and it has, as you can see, it's like a different style than the other ones you're previously looking at, and it has that and their spiritualism, and that's a very cool design right there. And then you have this one's like a waterfall. Wow, that's very very creative right there, and it burns and it goes through like that. Yeah, very very cool. And let's see. Oh, I agree, Delight. It is beautiful art. Yes. Let's see. let's see. Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about, where they have the different like chakra energy fields I was talking about before. So like with meditation and things like that, like people give off certain colors, or like, like if people give off different like subliminal colors, like friendly or angry or hatred or things like that, or intelligence. So that was something I looked up one time and thought was very fascinating. How they have like this these incense dedicated to certain chakras, which that's very intriguing to me. Like the orange one, the red, the blue, the crown one. Yeah, that was very fascinating. And this is the type of incense burner that the light has right here. This piece of wood with the incense protruding from it, and you have all these different chakras they're dedicated to, which I think is very fascinating. Right here, that's another example. Yeah, you have that. You have green, and you have purple, and red, and orange. Yeah, that's very fascinating. I remember also I have a candle that's like an apple scent. It's so good. Yes, and Mary says at church they walk around and swing the incense container, very gothic and old worldly. Yeah, exactly. That's where the gothic designs come from. That, and yeah, and so basically, the gothic designs come from the Catholic Church, like Rome, the Roman people, like the Italy and like France and stuff. That's where like that stuff comes from. Also, the Germans are very Gothic. They're that's German tribe was called the Goths, so it's like a combination of different European groups like mixed together. As you can tell, I'm very into religious topics, and even other religions are interesting too. What their traditions are as well, and like this is what Mary's talking about, which you all know, of course. It's when they like the thing back and forth. I actually don't really know why they do that. I'm about to look that up in a moment, but yeah, so that's an altar boy doing it. It signifies the presence of God. That's what the incense swinging means, Mary. So, like when they're swinging it back and forth, it means that it signifies the presence of God. It is a symbol of prayer and the sign of offering. The rising smoke signifies our prayers rising up to God, and its perfume smell evokes sense of God's presence, as the psalmist says in 141, let prayer rise before you like incense. A thurible is a metal censer in which incense is burned during religious services. The thurible is suspended from chains and is gently swung by the priest or thurifer in the order to spread the fragrant smoke. The incense, a thurifer, is the acolyte that carries the thurible. And Delight says all the rituals with incense and candles in the Catholic Church came from the Constantine's court. Yes, thank you. Thank you. And also the light says including the clothes and the hats and the priests and the bishops wear. Yes, thank you. Let's see if the Church of England does this. Also, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not too sure if the Church of England also does it. Does the Anglican Church use incense? In Roman churches, as well as Eastern Orthodox Anglican churches, the use of incense in worship service is long-standing tradition. And, I'm related to different Christian denominations, like on both sides. I'm related to different ones, like from like they're Protestant or Catholic. On both, it's interesting. Like I'm a mixture of different like Christian groups, and also like from like I'm related to England over there, and different European countries that went to England as well as the British, and like a combination of both, and people from over here. So I was always very interested in religion and my faith, and the different denominations are very interesting. And also the Lutherans, they seem to use incense too. Lutheran worship, 4 to 5 senses are involved. Incense completes the course. Also, remember Christian worship always is. It's a yeah. Hmm. Let's see. I think they use it too. The burning of incense is a divine command. God gave Moses and Aaron detailed instructions for the times, places, and methods of burning the incense. It was to be burned perpetually before the Lord, and it was holy act of worship in Exodus 30. Yeah, Delight says there are more than 450, no, 45,000 denominations. Yeah, but I'm related to Catholic people from the Presbyterian, the Church of England, and the Lutheran Church, and that's all I'm related to. I'm not related to the other 45,000 ones. I'm related to like the mainstream ones. But yeah, she's right. My friend told me that back in one of my friends told me that back in school. He's like, the in Christianity there's 45,000 denominations. I remember that. I'm like, wow. I said, that's a lot. But as I said, I think these the different things have interesting things about them. It's like, how many denominations does your religion have? Yes. Hilarious. I'm related to people all over Europe. And also, basically, how we have this, and you know that's pretty cool how they do that, and like the Lutherans, and yeah, so we have this basically thing here. We have Old Covenant, New Covenant, and we're gonna have this situation over here. Lutherans use incense. Use of incense, religious ancient cultures. Do they use it or not? I've seen some Lutheran churches use that from things I saw online, so they do use it. And we're gonna see if we're gonna come on, bro, you got this. All right, good. Yeah, so they also use the incense too, like the other ones. Martin Luther invented this church, and he nailed some stuff on the wall. I mean, on the door of the church, because he was saying some things, and it started a downward spiral of a lot of different denominations breaking off, and yeah, it's like you see this thing and it's like a snowball and it keeps on getting bigger and bigger. Those are all different denominations. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It just is what it is. And and hello, Turning Guns. Nice to see you again. And also, well, let's see for sure. Let's fact check this. The different denominations of Christianity. Okay, so Pentecostal, Presbyterian, Lutheran, Baptist, Apostolic, Methodist, the list goes on. Estimations show that there are more than 200 Christian denominations in the U.S., and a staggering 45,000 global. So, I'm looking up right now. She's right. Yeah, she's right. And I'm a Christian, and I like the Bible. I'm Bible based, along with the other traditions I like. And yeah, she's right. This doesn't mean Christianity's false. It just means that there's a lot of different different people have different interpretations of it.
Somebody triggered?
Yeah, Turning Guns is triggered. Yeah. All right, and it's true. Yeah, you're welcome, Delight. And as I said, it doesn't mean Christianity's false, right? Doesn't mean that. It's just like, say if a group saying that there shouldn't be statues, or one group says there should be statues, this other group says that a person, people came here to America thousands of years ago from Israel. This other group says that it's Jehovah. This other group says that it's Bible based. This other group says that they or they're like the Catholic Church, but they're different. So they're on the Orthodox Church side, and they're like, that's how life is, baby. That's what the Orthodox Church would is like that. And then you have the Catholic Church, that's is it that church. Then you have groups that say the Pope isn't the Pope. And then you have this, like the Church of England. Then this person doesn't like what the Church of England does, so they go and break off from the Church of England, the Presbyterians. Then there's the Church of England. Then you have the Catholic Church in Ireland. Then you have in France, you have the Huguenots that are like John Calvin's, like, you know what? Only a few people are going to go to heaven, and also, the cross is kind of bad. And then they fight with the Catholics. Then the Catholics are breaking up in different factions because the Pope is saying things that contradicting what the Christianity was supposed to say. Like the Bible or Christianity says this, but the Pope may be doing something else, or people think that he's doing something else. However, people interpret it. And also, then so we have all these. So Turning Guns. I know it sounds far fetched, but this is like the logic behind it. Like, so this is how the Christianity broke up in 45,000 different pieces. So, like, say, like, you have the vase is like the Catholic Church, and then it breaks into 45,000 different pieces. So that's what happened. In the Bibles, let's see how many Bibles there are. Yeah, shout out to Telly Savalas. Yeah, that was a good actor. Whoa! Whoa! Oh my goodness. Yeah, Turning Guns. What you said was a tremendous underestimation. There are currently over 3,030 versions of the Bible in over 2,000 languages. Now let's make sure that's right, though. Let's make sure that's right. Yeah, the Bible has been translated into 3,350 languages. The number languages, complete Bible translations, 150 languages, 1,500 languages complete of the New Testament, and 1,000 with the portions of the story. And so there's 7. Okay, I'm not too sure. The 7 Bibles of the world. Okay, let's see. I don't know the Bible. Okay, okay. I'll answer this a different question. Okay. Okay, so we can divide them into 3 broad types, word for word, meaning so called, throughout, and phrased. Usually particular Bible version will explain, okay, that's not. Okay, let's see. All right. The King James Bible, the Anglican Bible, the New English Bible, the Catholic Bible, the Contemporary English Version. I know there's the New King James Bible. There's also a Jehovah Witness Bible. There's an American Standard Version. There's a literal Bible translation. There's an English Standard Version. There's a chronological Bible. There's a Good News translation. There's the New International Version. What are the 4 types of Bibles? So it looks like there's 4 types of, main Bibles. There's 20 rows, though. Okay. I guess there's just so I named some of the Bibles they have. So it's 5 Bibles. Okay, let's see. translations. Okay, so there are. It says there are currently over 300. There's 3,000 versions of the Bible in over 2,000 languages. And let's see. And it seems like each Christian denomination has their own Bible. Turning guns, that's correct. Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek. Yes. Oh, Lord. Oh, my goodness. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yes, Delight, that's true. It is Allah, yes. That's what they refer to him. Like, so you have, like, Bibles. You have Bibles that from Arabia, and they'll call God Allah, like the Quran says. All right, these are Dead Sea Scrolls. All right, that was nice. I'm not too familiar with the Dead Sea Scrolls, or at least I don't think I am. But yeah, as I said, that's something I'm gonna look into. And yeah, turning guns. I believe you. But I believe you. Not that I'm not saying the other one is wrong, but I'm not saying Delight's. Like I don't. I know what this is, but I do think that it is legitimate. But I will definitely continue my research on the Dead Sea Scrolls and talk about this on the one tomorrow. And next is why need the Holy Spirit for discernment and revelation of the Word. So, like with delights, not delight, but next is saying that the Holy Spirit helps us discern what's right and wrong. Right? And I do want to look more at the Dead Sea Scrolls because I know about them, but not as much as I should. And also, yeah, I'll dive into it next. And Mary says, good to see everyone spirited so early in the morning. Religion is always a topic. And also another thing is that I talk about this because we were talking about the origins of Christmas and about Jesus being born and the Magi and Saint Nicholas, and then it went into this because I talk about this, and we're having just a civilized discussion about it. And it's actually like the show was coming to an end already, and I was just like we're talking a little bit about this, but we'll talk more about this tomorrow also, along with the other Christmas things I'm talking about tomorrow as well. Because like we ran out of time with the show. And also, so I think tonight I'll switch screens. Yeah, amen, Mary. Amen. To the other screen. Yeah, so also, as I said, I think these discussions are good to have. Everybody be respectful to each other, okay? Everybody be cool, and everybody just like, we're all friends here, and to attack the argument but not the person personally, right? So just everybody just do that peacefully. But I'm going to, as I said, I am ending the show just to let everyone know, wrapping it up because I reached the end part of the show. And also, yes, as I was saying, about to end the show, and I do thank everybody for coming and the people participating in chat and the good time that we had talking about this tonight. It was very insightful. And we'll talk about this again more, on the next one or whenever we get everybody here for this. And you're welcome, Delight, and everybody. And I hope everybody has a good afternoon, morning, whatever it is where you are. And thank you, everybody. And peace. And yes, iron sharpens iron. Exactly.